North Carolina is under siege.
All of a sudden, like, bam.
2 sets of deadly shark attacks.
What's going on in the water? Why?
The coastline is a bloodbath. 16 victims, 2 of them dead.
That's extremely rare.
Until the mystery is solved, no one is safe.
Please make this stop. I don't want this to be happening. This is the beach house that we rented. We had been planning our vacation for probably 6 months before. We were looking forward to coming.
In 2011, Carolyn Cartwright was on vacation at Topsail Beach in North Carolina with her 10-year-old daughter, Cassidy. She has not been back. Until now.
It was the perfect place, perfect getaway to enjoy some quality time together. Being back here is just kind of surreal. It brings back a lot of emotions, and I oftentimes wish it had just been me. We weren't out very far. We were probably about where that third wave is. She was on my left-hand side. Then she fell down. Then I heard her say, ouch, ouch, ow. And she started screaming. And all of a sudden, I saw just a big ring of blood just all around her. At the time, I didn't know what had happened, but I did know it was something bad. I could tell on her face. She had the look of terror.
Carolyn calls a friend for help.
When he picked her up, the whole back of the leg was completely torn apart. At that point, I knew that it was a shark.
Cassidy's ankle is torn open, her Achilles tendon severed.
She had lost a lot of blood. So I was worried about her bleeding out on the beach. That moment, I thought, please, just make this stop. I want to go back to the vacation that we were having. I don't want this to be happening.
Cassidy is airlifted to a nearby hospital, where she undergoes emergency surgery.
Thank God I was there, because otherwise it could have taken her down. That, I think, saved her life.
When you go out there, you're not thinking about sharks being out there. Basically, it severed my Achilles tendon and 2 other tendons along with it. And it ripped it to pieces. It was mangled up pretty bad. It was crazy, surreal.
North Carolina's coastline is usually considered safe. On average, there are just 1 or 2 shark bites per year. But while Cassidy's attack in June is the first to occur in 2011, it isn't the last. In July, a 6-year-old girl is attacked on the Outer Banks. Then in August, 5 more people are bitten. 7 attacks in just 2 months. North Carolina's coastal region relies on tourism. The threat of shark attacks in these waters is potentially devastating.
Tourism is one of the major industries here, and what draws tourists here is the beach. You have a couple of people every year drown in rip currents, but when you have something like the shark attacks, it's different.
My business is nearly 100% tourist driven. People are coming here, they want to have a good time, go catch some fish, enjoy the water. When we see spikes and shark attacks, it's not good for the area because people do have fear and people are going to ask questions and they want to know what's going on in the water. Why?
Dr. Dean Grubbs researches sharks at Florida State University. One element of Cassidy's incident could provide a clue. The time of day she was attacked. Dr. Grubbs believes that sharks have a special ability that kicks in low light that could have played a crucial role in the incident.
So sharks have special structures in their eye that allow them to harvest very low light. That's why many sharks do most of their hunting at dawn and dusk.
At dawn and dusk, these structures give the shark the upper hand over their prey. To demonstrate his theory, Dr. Grubbs performs a dissection.
We have a small shark here. This is a spiny dogfish, and you can see it's got a fairly large eye.
All shark's eyes, from this small specimen to massive great whites, work in the same way.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to remove the whole eyeball from this shark. So I'm going to cut it open. There's the retina on the very back of the eye. But behind it, there's the tapetum lucidum. It's a reflective surface. If you've ever seen a cat's eye shine in a light at night, or a rabbit, or something like that.
The tapetum lucidum, which literally means carpet of light, is a layer of crystals that cover the back of a shark's eyeball.
You can see there's almost a perfectly round lens in there. And when I shine this light, you can see the light pass through that lens. As it goes through the lens, it gets concentrated on the back of the eye off of those little crystals and reflect back.
Like night vision goggles, these crystals give sharks a unique advantage in low light. While the vision of their prey rapidly diminishes in the vanishing light, a shark's eyesight remains clear and sharp, meaning they're perfectly poised to ambush their quarry.
So by having that adaptation, the sharks can then have an advantage over their prey organisms because they can see just fine. Sharks are perfectly tuned for living in their environment and for catching prey in their environment as well.
Could the cause of the spike really be a simple case of the victims swimming at dawn or dusk? When the data is analyzed, the theory doesn't entirely hold water. Although at least 3 of the incidents occurred in the late afternoon, the other 4 took place earlier in the day. An explanation for the spate of attacks remains elusive. Clay Cresswell is an investigator for the Global Shark Attack File.
I've always been fascinated with sharks. I've been investigating shark bites actively for 11 years now.
Cresswell believes the key to understanding the spike lies in the region's historical data.
Historical data is very important in terms of shark bites. You look at what factors were common to the current incident.
What he reveals flips the entire investigation on its head. 2011 isn't the first time this coastline has experienced a surge in shark attacks.
When you look back, the North Carolina cases, you see there was a spike in shark bites in the year 2000. We had 5 shark bites, and then you have 3 more in the year 2001.
2 sets of unexplained shark attacks, 10 years apart. The first began in July 2000. The second in June 2011. In total, the spikes left 2 people dead and 14 injured. What is the cause of these devastating epidemics? The circumstances of an attack from 2001, just over North Carolina's border in Virginia, might hold a clue.
911, what is your emergency?
We're on Virginia Beach. Boys are bit by a shark, bleeding.
Reverend Kevin Hart has been coming to Virginia Beach for the past 15 years to visit friends.
It was about 6 o'clock in the evening. The water is at its warmest. We were having happy hour.
Enjoying the ocean is a father teaching his 10-year-old son how to surf.
He'd been trying to get him up on a surfboard the entire day, just to get his balance. The father's devotion to the boy was just beautiful. It was just like the whole world turned upside down in just one or two screams. Everything had just shattered. I could see the water was red and churning. I just immediately knew it was a shark. The father had the boy by his left arm, and I ran in and got the boy's right arm. The shark just kept pulling on that boy. It seemed like it went on forever. It was a tug of war. It was a tug of war. And finally, the shark let go. And so we brought him up to the beach with his dad. And I reached down to his leg to apply pressure, find the pressure point. I put my hands on the front of his leg, and when I wrapped them around, they just met. There was nothing.
Paramedics arrive within minutes, but it's too late. The 10-year-old dies from massive blood loss.
It was just absolute shock. In 10 minutes, this little boy is gone, you know, after spending a delightful day on the beach. But he went in and didn't come out. It's unheard of that in such shallow water that you'd get such a vicious attack.
Bill Giroux was a local reporter at the time.
It was obviously a big story. The instant reaction was to think that there must be some reason that this had happened. And people were staying out of the water because they thought, well, we've got to figure out what's going on here.
The death of the young boy is part of a wider problem that has rocked North Carolina. Two separate spikes, 10 years apart, have seen a total of 16 victims. Jot Owens is a local fisherman who has worked these waters for 15 years.
I've been fishing this area my entire life. When we see spikes and shark attacks, as a fisherman, I'll get questions. Why do you think it happened? Why do you think that there were fatal attacks? And I think there's certain times when there's more sharks in shallow waters where humans are.
According to Owens, the date of the little boy's attack on Virginia Beach could hold a clue to explaining the spikes. The incident occurred just hours before a full moon. Some have speculated that this celestial event could have an effect on sharks.
There's certain times that shark fishing and other kinds of fishing is good. I see more feeding action on the moons.
As the moon orbits the Earth, it pulls at the oceans, creating the tides. The sun exerts a similar influence. During new and full moons, these celestial bodies are all in line. This combined gravitational pull creates higher tides than at any other time of the lunar cycle.
In this area, we have about a 4.5 to 5 foot tide on average. We can get a 6 foot plus tide every 6 hours on those new and full moons. The current is so strong that it's pushing and displacing the bait fish. The sharks know that those bait fish are going to get pulled closer to the beach because of that big tide, and they take advantage of it.
Drawn closer to the shore by their prey, sharks are more likely to come into contact with humans at the water's edge. So could the attack simply be caused by sharks hunting during the full and new moons? Dan Huber is a shark expert from the University of Tampa. He too believes that ocean life can be affected by the lunar cycle.
Phases of the moon affect our tides, but it goes beyond that. There's some evidence to show that the amount of light that's reflected off the moon actually can affect the movement patterns of fish that live in surface waters.
The night of the new moon is the most dangerous because it is then that sharks take advantage of the darkness, using their excellent night vision to hunt in shallow waters. However, in the case of North Carolina's two spikes, Huber is not so sure that the position of the moon is a defining factor.
Even though some shark attacks may have occurred during a new moon or a full moon, the fact of the matter is that most shark attacks occurred during other phases of the moon, so there's no ability to create cause and effect between the phases of the moon and a shark attack happening.
The lunar cycle is not to blame. But perhaps the timing of the incidents is important in a different way. The attack on the 10-year-old boy on September 1st, 2001, wasn't the only incident that weekend. A second took place on the tourist haven of Hatteras Island just days later. Vacationer Gary Harkin was there when it happened.
Right now we're coming up on Hatteras. You've got dunes, sea oats. It's very serene, but there's a roughness to it. There's a, you see the power of the ocean. It is very disturbing thinking about what went down here. It was gorgeous. Blue ocean, blue skies, sun was shining. Water was warm and beautiful.
Gary is relaxing on the beach with his brother-in-law. Among the tourists enjoying the ocean is a young couple just yards offshore.
Sitting there watching these two folks just carouse around the water and enjoy themselves. The gal went underwater. Boop. She pops up a couple seconds later, and there's that brief pause where you're like, hold on a second, what's going on? And it hit both of us like, uh-oh. It was apparent that something bad was happening. And I had kicked my shoes off and ran into the water through the surf. As I approached the victim, he was stumbling towards me, saying, please help me, I can't swim. And I look at him, I'm like, yeah, I've got you, I've got you. And he just collapsed in my arms.
Other beachgoers also helped the injured couple.
My chest is thumping. We're literally standing in an oil slick of blood. And there's obviously a shark in the area. It's already hit two people. I reached out in the water, grabbed his legs, got his foot, and then his foot came off in my hand. And I guess the shark had bitten through his lower leg and was attached just by some skin. And I just dropped the foot. And then I was really scared.
Just yards away, the young woman is dragged to shore. Her left foot has also been severed, and she's lost a part of a finger, and a large section of her upper leg is missing. While others tend to her injuries, Gary focuses on her male companion.
We got him up onto the beach. I used my long sleeve t-shirt, tie his leg off with a tourniquet. His femoral artery was just squirting blood everywhere. You know, it breaks my heart. We stopped the bleeding, gave him CPR, did everything we could.
The young woman survives, but the man dies from his injuries. They are later revealed to be a Russian couple on vacation. They were engaged to be married.
As human beings, we've got a lot of control of our lives and what we do and how we do things, but what we don't have control of is when we enter nature's domain.
This incident is part of 2 sets of shark attacks, a decade apart, in North Carolina.
After 2 fatalities within 3 days, the public was saying we're scared that there is unusual shark activity going on in our waters, and we're afraid to go in the water.
According to shark attack expert Clay Cresswell, the details of this encounter are significant.
For a shark that's bitten a human to bite a human again, that's extremely rare.
Most shark attacks are a case of mistaken identity. The shark bites a person believing it to be its normal prey. When the shark realizes it has bitten a human, it aborts the hunt and swims away. But in this case, the shark bit the young woman multiple times before turning its attention to her fiancé. Not only that, but the incident occurred just days after a 10-year-old boy was killed nearby in similar circumstances. This leads the locals to come up with their own terrifying theory.
The effect on the community was devastating. It was in all of our minds, every waking minute. When I heard about the attack in North Carolina, my assumption was it was the same shark.
If the locals are right, a rogue shark is patrolling the coast.
The rogue shark theory was brought up by a member of the public.
The rogue shark theory was developed in the 1930s, and the basic idea is that one shark would develop a taste for humans and then be responsible for a cluster of shark attacks in one area.
So, was a rogue shark responsible for the back-to-back 2001 attacks? And could that very same shark have returned to terrorize the coast in 2011? The theory is not without precedent.
Recent history has given us some evidence that sharks can become habituated to people, can associate people with food, and that can potentially lead to shark attacks.
In 2010 in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, a single shark is thought to have killed a tourist, and then just days later dismembered another. It's believed this shark associated humans with prey. One way to find out if the rogue theory is valid is to analyze the victim's bite marks. Not only will this reveal the species that might be involved, but also if the same shark might have bitten people in both spikes.
So after a shark attack occurs, one of the primary things you want to look at are, of course, the bite wounds, because different sharks bite in different ways, and so the wounds that they make are distinctive between species. The shapes of those wounds and what part of the body they were give us some clue as to what species was responsible.
Shark researcher Dr. Dean Grubbs examines the photographs of the injuries of a victim from 2011, Cassidy Cartwright.
This is one side of the Cassidy's leg right after the stitches have been placed. We can see puncture wounds with some cutting on this side. The other side of Cassidy's leg, the wound looks very different. It's a very clean, even bite.
This asymmetrical bite pattern leaves Grubbs with little doubt.
So we know that she was attacked by a bull shark.
Growing up to 13 feet in length, this relentless predator is one of the most dangerous in the ocean.
Bull sharks are aggressive, persistent, tenacious, and tough. When they go in for an attack, they keep pursuing and pursuing. Nobody knows quite why they're so aggressive, but what makes them really dangerous is the combination of this aggression, their large size, and having very, very high bite forces.
Female bull sharks can live for up to 16 years. So the same shark could have been feeding in North Carolina at the time of both spikes. So could the bull shark that bit Cassidy have been at large a decade earlier? Shortly after the 2001 attacks, local authorities conducted their own bite mark analysis on the victims' injuries. But when the records are pulled, they indicate that the bites on the couple, the young boy and Cassidy, do not match. It appears that 3 different sharks were involved.
The rogue shark theory was completely unfounded. No truth in that.
But the victims' bite marks do uncover a vital clue that helps to focus the investigation. The data from the attacks reveals that where the species is known, the majority are thought to have been committed by bull sharks. So what caused bull sharks to attack humans in both spikes? North Carolina shores have an enigmatic history. But what few realize is that this dark past could hold the key to explaining the attacks. The waters of North Carolina's coastline are under siege from 2 sets of shark attacks. The first began in 2000, and the second in 2011. A total of 16 victims, 2 of them dead. Researchers have uncovered that the majority were likely attacked by bull sharks. So what might have drawn this deadly predator to these normally peaceful waters? As local fisherman Jot Owens explains, a clue lies in the coast's maritime history.
North Carolina is kind of known for being the graveyard of the Atlantic, and we have hundreds of shipwrecks up and down the coast in this area.
The graveyard of the Atlantic extends along much of the North Carolina coast. It's the final resting place for more than 600 vessels sunk in the storms and battles that haunt the region's history. It also claims one of the highest densities of shipwrecks in the world.
You know, from the 1800s to the Civil War, World War II and I, we have submarine wrecks off here, tankers out here, blockade runners in the surf. It's a lot of shipwrecks up and down the coast.
This myriad of sunken ships isn't just a draw for divers and tourists. It's also a magnet for sharks.
I fish out in this area a lot, and when you have structure like a shipwreck, I see more fish, I see more sharks.
Chuck Bangley is a marine biologist who has studied the North Carolina coastline for 6 years. His research explains why sharks might be drawn to shipwrecks.
Every motion you make creates a little bit of an electric current. Sharks can sense that, and that electrical sense allows them to keep track of the prey and actually guide that bite accurately.
At the North Carolina Aquarium on Roanoke Island, Bangley has designed an experiment to demonstrate this ability. Inside the tank are several sand tiger sharks. These electrodes give off a tiny electrical current, about 25,000 times less than a single AA battery. This voltage is comparable to that produced by a small fish.
So we have people standing by on the top side of the tank. They're going to lower the electrodes down on lines when I give the signal, and then we're going to see how the sharks react to the 2 different electrodes. We're ready to lower.
The sharks react immediately.
So that sand tiger shark just turned around in front of that electrode there. The shark's making quick turns near the electrodes, trying to figure out why this thing is producing an electrical current.
Sharks are known to attack outboard motors and cables lying on the ocean floor for this same reason.
One thing I have seen is when I have cameras on the boat and we stick them underwater, sharks will come out and bump them with their nose and actually sometimes bite on the camera. And I actually have bait fish in the water and they'll ignore the bait fish and actually come up and bump or nip on the camera. Seeing those sharks bump a camera that's underwater and nothing else, obviously the electrical current had something to do with that.
Many of the ships lining North Carolina's coastline are made of metal. These massive corroding vessels also produce an electrical current.
Metal reacts with salt water. Whenever you have a large hunk of metal in the water, it's putting off an electrical current. It's pretty easy to assume that sharks would be attracted to a large metallic shipwreck, like a lot of our World War II era wrecks here off in North Carolina.
But this is only part of the answer. Much of the graveyard lies off the coast in deep waters. Yet most of the attacks took place in the shallows, close to shore. And these sunken ships have been present in North Carolina's waters for decades. Something has changed. Something is drawing bull sharks closer to the shore and into contact with humans. The final piece of the puzzle might lie in an attack that occurred in July of 2000. "31-year-old Patrick Bruff grew up in Wrightsville Beach.
The place I'm taking you guys to right now is where it was probably my main surf spot when I was surfing the most in high school. So I come out here with a buddy, and we're surfing right here in front of the beach club because it wasn't as crowded, and it was like a little bit better of a wave break. The water was real warm. I was pumped, I was happy, I was surfing good that day. All of a sudden, like, bam, something's biting my foot. And then I look down, and then I see the shark. And I was like, oh my God, this is really bad. I didn't see it coming. I looked down at it, I saw it on there for a second, thrashing around like an animal, or like on Jurassic Park, like the Tyrannosaurus Rex, like ripping from left to right.
A shark has latched onto surfer Patrick Bruff's foot. In a last desperate bid, he pushes against the predator's jaws.
As soon as the shark let go, I laid flat on my board, spun myself around, started paddling as hard as I could. I did not look back.
Patrick arrives on shore, leaving a bloody trail behind him.
I stood up, and I saw how bad my foot was, just really messed up, blood everywhere. Saw the artery squirting blood out. It's like a high-pressure hose spinning around. It was rhythmic, so every time my heart beat, it was like a squirt of blood.
Patrick is rushed to the hospital. Doctors save his foot, but to this day, he's unable to feel it.
You can kind of see the teeth marks right here on the bottom of the foot still. All this was raked back, so everything's exposed that's in your foot. I'd have like 2 orthopedic surgeons, and they had to go in. I forget how many hours they actually had to operate, but they had to reattach everything. I felt lucky to be alive in that Had I been by myself, I probably would have bled to death. Like over here by like this beach club. I don't know. I don't know how far I would have gotten.
It's believed sharks congregate off North Carolina's coast, near a vast stretch of sunken ships known as the Graveyard of the Atlantic. But in two separate spikes, one that began in 2000 and another in 2011, bull sharks attacked bathers in shallow waters. According to local fisherman Jod Owens, there's an aspect of Patrick's encounter that might explain why. He was attacked near a nuclear power plant. Owens believes there's a link between the operations of these man-made behemoths and sharks.
The nuclear power plant uses the ocean water to cool the towers and make electricity, and they pump the warm water offshore.
According to Owens, this warm water discharge is a beacon for sharks.
Sharks are definitely attracted to warm water from discharges like that because there's more food there. The bait fish love it because that warm water's bubbling up and it's got nutrients in it, so they're going to feed in that warm water, and so therefore it attracts sharks.
This concentration of sharks in a small area appears to change their behavior.
When the sharks get together, they're going to get aggressive because they're competitive in nature with each other. It's a shark feeding frenzy, or what I call mass feeds. It's unbelievable to watch when it does happen.
Many of the victims in both spikes reported that the water was unusually warm.
The water was warm and beautiful.
The water was real warm.
The water is at its warmest.
Power plants dot America's coastlines. Could this one have contributed to North Carolina's shark attacks? And where else might be at risk? North Carolina's coastline is experiencing a bizarre uptick in shark attacks. The species suspected in many of the incidents is the bull shark. But how they end up attacking humans in the shallow waters is a mystery. Some have speculated the answer could lie in the operations of a nearby nuclear power plant.
Power plants tend to discharge lots of warm water into the surrounding ocean, and what we tend to find there are really big aggregations of all different types of fish, from very, very small fish all the way up to very, very large sharks.
So could these discharges, known as thermal plumes, be behind the attacks? Dan Huber tests the theory.
We're going to simulate the effect of nuclear power plants dumping hot water into the surrounding ocean by filling up this tank with some water and injecting some dye into it. As we turn our pump on, you can see that there's this plume of blue water coming out of the pipe.
The blue dye represents the thermal plume.
You can see the plume initially is pretty dense, but has dissipated into the ocean very quickly from our nuclear power plant. So while this warm water can have an effect on shark behavior, it's in a very, very localized area. It's on a very small scale. And at any distance from there, it really doesn't have much of an effect because that warm water is just going to mix with all of the other surrounding ocean water.
Studies show that thermal plumes cover an area of less than 1 square mile. But the closest attack was more than 3 miles from the power plant.
Given that these attacks in North Carolina occurred at some distance from the power plant, it's pretty likely that this was not a contributing factor.
Discharges from nuclear power stations do not explain the spikes. But one element of the theory could be a vital clue: the importance of water temperature to sharks. Weather data shows that 2000, 2001, and 2011 all experienced scorching heat waves. Researcher Chuck Bangley has been monitoring North Carolina's bull shark population since 2007. Drawing on a network of local fishermen who keep a daily record of their catch, the marine biologist has built up an accurate picture of bull shark numbers and movements along the coast.
The North Carolina Division of Marine Fisheries runs a set of surveys designed to basically determine fish populations They also record everything else they catch, and they allow me to look at their shark catch data.
Bangley extrapolates the data of the number of bull sharks caught to estimate changes in their population. And what he has discovered is startling.
So in 2011, there were 3 times more bull sharks that showed up in that survey.
3 times more bull sharks in North Carolina's waters. That same year, there were also 3 times more shark attacks than normal. The reason for the surges in attacks might soon be revealed. And the final piece of the puzzle lies in returning to Cassidy Cartwright's bite marks.
For the bite wounds on the victim, you can also get an idea of the size of the jaw, and if you know the size of the jaw, then you can estimate the size of the shark.
What Dr. Grubbs unveils will challenge scientific belief about bull sharks in North Carolina.
Based on what we know about the size of her foot and leg, you can get some idea of the size of the bite right there. And so this looks to be, a shark that's probably 5 or 6 feet long.
For Dr. Grubbs, this can only mean one thing.
This tells me that this was a young bull shark that bit the leg of Cassidy Cartwright.
Although adult bull sharks are relatively common in North Carolinian waters, juveniles are thought to be rare. Typically, bull sharks give birth in Florida, and their young stay in that area until they mature. So what would a young bull shark be doing in North Carolina? Chuck Bangley thinks he knows why.
Bull sharks, more so than a lot of other types of sharks, need a very specific set of conditions to give birth and treat in areas in nursery habitat. They prefer areas that are closer to river mouths where the habitat is relatively shallow.
North Carolina's coastline is dotted with estuaries and inlets that provide these characteristics. But usually this area isn't used by bull sharks to give birth.
The only thing that has been missing is that summertime temperatures just aren't quite warm enough.
But during the spikes, that changed. The temperatures rose dramatically.
Suddenly, the habitat became suitable as a bull shark nursery.
It appears the unusually warm temperatures drew them to North Carolina's shallow waters in search of a habitat to birth their young. But this may have brought them into contact with humans enjoying the same waters, sometimes with their own offspring. It seems this unfortunate mix of circumstances led to the spikes in shark attacks. And there are plenty of other potential bull shark nurseries. Estuaries and inlets like those in North Carolina are common along much of America's east coast.
Bull sharks typically come into estuaries as the waters are getting warmer. This just so happens to be the same time that people start making more use of the water for recreational sports, and this is why you potentially see an increase in the number of shark attacks.
You're in jeopardy when you're in there. That's their place, and that's their territory.
I never wanted to have my kids have a fear of the ocean because you shouldn't be afraid of it. You should have a healthy respect for it and understanding that when you step off the beach into the water, you're in somebody else's habitat.
I respect sharks. This is their area. The sharks are at the top of the food chain.
Maui. For most, it's a dream vacation. But in 2013, it became a nightmare.
This was the biggest increase in attacks on Maui on record.
That's when it happened, boom, out of the blue.
She said, "Please help me, I'm dying."
16 attacks in less than 2 years. Scientists are baffled.
If we don't do something soon, the situation's going to get a whole lot worse.
But the answer could affect us all.
Maui's tropical. It's one of the beautiful islands in Hawaii. The beaches are great. I mean, it's just beautiful. It's paradise.
High school teacher Rick Moore was last here just over a year ago.
Coming back, I think my heart's beating a little bit here, knowing the magnitude of the moment. I arrived in the 4:30-ish, got my fins ready to come out to do some snorkeling. So I sat down right here in this place, right about this place. Look out, and I start putting my booties on. I remember seeing people right here enjoying themselves on the water.
Known for its snorkeling, kayaking, and spearfishing, Palawea Beach is a popular destination. A 20-year-old German tourist is swimming just offshore near a coral reef.
I stood up, started sailing with my fins. And then I heard this blood-curdling scream. I see this female floating on her back, and there was blood everywhere.
Rick takes off into the water.
I swam as fast as I could. I knew that sharks can smell blood for a mile. It kind of dawned on me, hey, look, they could come after you.
As Rick draws closer, he realizes that the tourist's arm has been severed.
He said, I'm dying. Please help me, I'm dying. So I put her head right here on my stomach and my chest area and began to backstroke her into shore.
Finally, Rick makes it to the shallows.
And I put her down, I checked her pulse. She was fighting for life. I started to do artificial respiration. I was there in her last moments. That blew air into her lungs.
A week later, the victim dies from her injuries. The death of the German tourist in 2013 is the first from a shark attack in Hawaii for almost a decade. Despite the abundance of sharks along Maui's 120 miles of coastline, the waters have been relatively safe, with an average of just 1 or 2 incidents per year. But what the 20-year-old didn't know when she entered the water was that since June of 2012, the number of shark attacks has exploded. In fact, she is the 13th victim, more than 4 times the normal amount, and she won't be the last.
People were scared. Most people aren't used to being out in the water with big sharks zooming around. It's very detrimental to tourism because people in general are fearful of sharks, especially the big sharks.
To dispel public fears, Maui authorities closed the beach and patrol the coastline for sharks. Locals and officials are desperate to understand the cause of the unprecedented surge in attacks. Some speculate that the answer may lie at the beach on which the latest incident occurred. Marine biologist Cheryl King has been researching Hawaii's aquatic wildlife for the past 15 years.
Hey, Keith. See the 5 whales over there? So right now we're at Palawea Beach, also known as White Rock.
It's at this very beach that the German tourist lost her life. These shores might hold a clue as to why she was attacked. To investigate, Cheryl will enter the shark-infested waters. it's clear that the area could be a shark's perfect hunting ground. Thanks to the abundance of sea turtles. Sea turtles' muscles are surrounded by a thick layer of fat, which helps them regulate their temperature. This plentiful blubber makes them an attractive meal for sharks.
The shark was probably coming in near shore to feed. He was probably hungry.
Experts believe that in most attacks on humans, the shark is simply mistaking a person for their normal prey. Sea turtles regularly visit the surface of the water to breathe. At that moment, they are vulnerable to attack. The tourist that died here was snorkeling near the surface, so the shark could have misread her silhouette for that of a sea turtle. And these creatures are the favored prey of one predator in particular, the tiger shark. Growing to nearly 15 feet in length and common in Hawaiian waters, the tiger shark is one of the most dangerous in the region. Records show these deadly predators have caused over 25 deaths worldwide and are thought to be responsible for many of the attacks in the Maui spike. Dan Huber is an expert on shark bite mechanics.
Tiger sharks are massive animals. They have these really, really big cusps that point out to the side. And what this does is it creates a really good system for sawing.
As a tiger shark bites down on its prey, it swings its head back and forth, using its uniquely shaped teeth to tear through flesh and bone.
So when the head swings to the right, the cusps on the right dig in. When the head swings to the left, the cusps on the left dig in. And it creates a saw that just keeps cutting and cutting and cutting. Tiger sharks are about the only sharks that are actually powerful enough to actually get through sea turtle shells.
Over the last 25 years, efforts to conserve green sea turtles have seen their numbers in Hawaii increase dramatically.
Back in the 70s, nobody saw turtles snorkeling. But now you can jump in the water right here. There are a few of them hanging out, almost guaranteed.
Some have suggested that this rise in the turtle population has drawn more tiger sharks to Hawaii's shores, leading to the spate of vicious attacks. Cheryl King, however, isn't so sure.
One of the questions that we've had is, are all these shark attacks because of the rising numbers of turtles? Well, that doesn't really add up scientifically.
While the numbers of green sea turtles is far greater than 25 years ago, it has been a steady rise over that time. If shark attacks were linked to this increase, then their uptick should be equally steady. But that's not the case. Instead, the number of attacks since the late 1980s stayed consistently low, just 1 or 2 per year, and then exploded in 2012 and 2013.
It's not a correlation at all. I think there's a lot of more things that are wrapped up into this than we think, because there are so many things going on in the ocean that we don't understand.
So while a case of mistaken identity could explain the death of the German tourist, it can't account for the 4-fold increase in shark attacks. And until an answer is found, no one is safe.
If we don't do something soon, the situation is going to get a whole lot worse.
Diving instructor Shane Mills has lived in Hawaii for the past 9 years. Until 2013, he had always felt safe in the water.
I got to the beach probably around 4:30, just kind of looking at the waves. So I enter the water right here.
Like many in the area, Shane Mills catches his own food from the ocean.
So I was swimming out there and I found the freshwater stream, and then I just started free diving down. I was probably 150, 200 yards out there. So I caught an octopus, and then I tucked it in my belt right here. And then I was heading back towards shore. So suddenly I just felt like somebody just slammed me. I I caught an octopus, and then I was heading back towards shore. First thing that popped in my head that it was a shark. His head was right here, so I just started elbowing, and then I turned around and kicked away. I fought for my life. It was more like somebody punching me. And after that, everything pretty much went numb. And then once I didn't see it or feel it anymore, I just started swimming towards shore. I didn't know if it was coming after me.
Shane makes it to the beach. There, bystanders rush to help him.
And they just kind of took over, and then they kind of looked down and I saw the blood. I saw that I only had half my shorts, and then it kind of all sunk in.
Shane is treated for lacerations to his back and thigh. Despite the harrowing encounter, he makes a full recovery.
It could have been a lot worse. You just never know what's going to happen out there.
Shane's is the 14th attack in Maui in less than 2 years. A record-breaking spike. Experts struggle to explain this unprecedented rise. But Shane has a theory of his own. He believes the rise in shark attacks are linked to one of Hawaii's exports, a simple household item found in most American homes: molasses. 1 month earlier, an underwater pipe transporting the thick substance to offshore tankers burst near the island of Oahu. 233,000 gallons of molasses contaminated the surrounding water.
There's really no way to clean it up because molasses sticks to the coral.
According to Dan Huber, a disaster like this could have a huge impact on Hawaiian shark behavior.
Molasses is a really dense liquid, and because it's denser than the seawater, it's going to sink down to the bottom of the ocean. Now, in that local ecosystem, it was an ecological disaster because the molasses would just settle down on top of everything. So a few seconds ago, this water was crystal clear, and we poured just about 2 liters of molasses into the water, and you can see that it's completely changed. If you reach into it, you can start to get a feel for just how thick this stuff is.
The liquid is so thick and dense that it displaces the oxygen-rich water in the region, causing fish to suffocate.
And it resulted in thousands of fish dying in a relatively short period of time.
Like any predator, sharks look to expend as little energy as possible when they hunt. A buffet of dead fish would be an opportunity not to be missed. Sharks are especially adapted to detect these free meals, sometimes from miles away.
Unlike a human nose, a shark's nose is a two-way system. They have 2 different canals, and water is able to go into one of the canals and essentially flush around the inside of the nostril and then get dumped back out the bottom side of the nostril.
Inside this nasal passage, specialized cells that line the walls of the canal are able to detect minute particles of blood and organic matter within the water.
And if you look at a shark's brain, you see that the portion of it that's for the sense of smell is really, really big. And by virtue of that, sharks have a very, very good sense of smell.
In the wake of the accident, Hawaiian officials warn that dead fish from the molasses spill may attract a large number of sharks to the area. This influx could be responsible for the spike in attacks. But when the evidence is examined, something doesn't add up.
The fact of the matter is that the molasses spill was about 100 miles away from where some of these attacks occurred.
According to Huber, while the molasses may have influenced sharks in the region of Oahu, the island of Maui is too far away to have been affected. However, the molasses spill does provide an important clue in solving the Maui epidemic. Changes in environment can drastically alter shark behavior. And researcher Terry Lilly thinks he knows of one such change on the opposite side of Oahu.
Well, we're sitting in Kaneohe Bay. It's a marine reserve, and if you look here, one of the most beautiful corals on planet Earth is these rice corals here.
According to Lilly, something is starting to destroy this underwater paradise.
Most of them look like a jigsaw puzzle with some of the pieces gone out of the puzzle.
The coral is infected with a mysterious but deadly bacteria that causes its tissues to break down and eventually die. The condition is known as Montipora White syndrome. According to Lily, it hasn't always been like this.
I've been scuba diving in Hawaii now for 15 years and monitoring the coral reefs with high-def video. And in the last 3 years, I've seen over half the reef here in Kaneohe Bay decimated.
Hawaiian authorities are still investigating the exact cause of the disease, but Lily has his own theory.
The U.S. military are using high-tech electronics, underwater sonar. These are massive towers producing virtually unknown amounts of microwaves for the purpose of warfare. And right here in Kaneohe Bay on the North Shore of Kauai is ground zero for this stuff.
Terry believes this testing has harmed the coral's immune system, leaving it susceptible to the deadly bacterial infection. And as the reef degrades, it could be impacting sharks.
Right now, we're seeing a lot of unusual shark behavior. Everything works in the ecosystem here as a cycle. But as the reefs are dying right here, right in front of our eyes, that's going to cause less food for the sharks. When you have less reef fish for the sharks to feed on, they start chasing the smaller bait fish, and that brings them in much closer to shore. So there's more of a chance of an accidental shark bite on a human being right now than there used to be.
So could this man-made chain reaction explain the spate of attacks in Maui? The theory doesn't entirely hold water. Although Oahu's shores rest in the shadow of military testing, the deadly bacterial disease has so far shown little sign of spreading to Maui. But if shark behavior is so dependent on a stable ecosystem, perhaps some other change in the water could explain the unprecedented plague of attacks. An incident just weeks before the German tourist was attacked may hold a clue.
Hi, can I ask you a question?
Hi, yeah.
I'm trying to get to Ulua Beach.
Yvonne Cashman has been vacationing in Maui for more than 20 years.
Being here right now in the exact place, it's like, okay, this is where it happened. I have not been back in ocean water since. When I arrived at the beach that day, it was probably about 7:30 in the morning, as I remember it. There had been a storm that had come through a couple days before, Tropical Storm Flossie. So there weren't very many people here. I had been out in the water for a while and feeling like it was probably about time to come in, and then all of a sudden, that's when it happened. Boom, out of the blue. I was snorkeling for probably about a half an hour. Then all of a sudden, that's when it happened, boom. When I got hit, it was kind of like a Mack truck hitting you. My first thought was, I just got bit by a shark. I knew.
The shark's teeth slice into Yvonne's torso and face.
It happened so quick, he just ripped the mask right off my face, and it was gone. I just knew that there was a problem with my back. I knew there was nobody out there to help me, so I knew I had to get in and get help myself, so I just started swimming to shore. I got about halfway in, and I saw a dad and his son, and I said, I just got bit by a shark, can you help me? So they helped pull me back, pull me into shore. There was quite a few people around, and they just started putting towels on my back, on my chin, on my hands.
Yvonne is rushed into the operating room at a nearby hospital, where she receives over 50 stitches. She still bears scars on her chin, hands, and back.
I think one of the hardest times for me was when I found out the German girl that had passed away. That was the first time I cried, because I think the reality hit me of how bad it could have been.
Details from Yvonne's vicious encounter may offer an explanation as to the reasons behind the wider epidemic. A few days earlier, Tropical Storm Flossie had swept through Maui. When a storm hits, sharks are vulnerable because the violent waves could throw them onto the rocky coastline. But they possess a special ability which enables them to predict when bad weather is on the way.
We can see that halfway down the body, there's this distinct line that runs basically from the top of the head all the way down the body and all the way down the length of the tail.
All sharks, from the small test subject in Huber's lab to massive tiger sharks, have this line along their flank.
The scales down that line have holes in them to allow them to communicate with the environment. This is a unique sensory system called the lateral line, and it's a system that detects pressure changes in the water.
This ability to detect changes in pressure gives sharks an early warning system that alerts them to any potential threats or storms that are moving towards them.
So if this were a tiger shark swimming around in Hawaiian waters, it would be able to pick up on the change in pressure, and in response to that, the shark would move offshore to get away from the storm system.
While the sharks enjoy the sanctuary of the deep ocean, the storm churns up the coastal waters, often leaving them dark and cloudy. After the storm, when the predators return in search of prey, these murky waters impair their vision, making them more likely to mistake a human for food. Yvonne could have been attacked by a shark returning to feed after Tropical Storm Flossie. And if additional storms match up to the dates of the other attacks, it could provide an explanation for the entire spike. But when weather records are analyzed, it shows that there were no other major storms during the attacks. It's clear that while strange weather patterns can have an adverse effect on sharks, Hawaii's tropical storms aren't behind the epidemic of attacks. By October of 2013, the number of incidents has skyrocketed to 15 in less than 2 years. It's a record for the tourist hotspot, quadruple the normal amount. The islanders start to fear that the rise in attacks could have a drastic effect on the economy. As the story hits the headlines, the number of new tourists coming to Hawaii plummets over 2 consecutive months.
The more shark attacks we have, it's going to affect tourism in a negative way, especially on Maui. This is really a bad thing.
If the attacks can't be explained, then they probably can't be stopped, and the community will face ruin. But there is one theory that offers a sliver of hope. While the stormy conditions of Yvonne's attack can explain the overall spike, another force of nature on the other side of the Pacific may hold the answer. A force so powerful, its effects would be felt around the world. The paradise island of Maui is being ravaged by an unprecedented spate of shark attacks, 15 in less than 2 years. While Hawaiians struggle to explain the escalating epidemic, some suspect that an earth-shattering event on the other side of the world could be the cause. In March 2011, a magnitude 9 earthquake followed by a devastating tsunami rocked the Tohoku region of Japan. Over 15,000 people perished in the disaster. But few realized that the effects were felt far across the Pacific.
Right now we are on Ka'ehu Beach on the island of Maui.
Marine biologist Cheryl King is at the beach where Shane Mills was attacked. Evidence from this rocky shoreline could reveal the reason behind Maui's recent spike.
I call it the dirtiest beach on Maui because of the currents and the wind-driven debris that washes up here.
Of the 5 million tons of debris swept into the ocean, some of it floated eastwards into the Pacific Ocean and beyond. While it's typical to find ocean trash on Wai'ehu Beach, many believe that the tsunami may have dramatically increased the amount of debris that's washed up here.
As you can see, as we walk, there's stuff all over the place. We've had some big items float up here.
Some believe that an increase in debris could have affected Maui's shark population, and based on the evidence on this beach, the theory seems valid.
Look at this piece. It's also crushed because something strong bit it. This looks like it might be shark bites. Yeah, it's quite common. I have thousands of them.
This suggests that sharks are attracted to the floating garbage. And the species most likely to consume this detritus is the one responsible for many of the attacks: the tiger shark. Known as the garbage cans of the sea, tiger sharks have one of the most varied diets of any shark species. They are drawn to floating trash because it represents the chance of an easy meal.
Tiger sharks, they will eat virtually anything. Sea turtles to other sharks to fish to garbage, to aluminum cans, to license plates. If it's been put into the ocean, it's probably been found in a tiger shark's stomach. So if there's something that draws their attention, like a trash heap, for example, they'll look for something edible in it, but along the way, end up ingesting a bunch of inedible stuff too.
So could the additional debris from the tsunami have caused an influx of tiger sharks to Maui shores, leading to the rise in attacks? According to Cheryl King, it's unlikely.
There have only been a dozen cases of debris-related items, like specifically traced back to the tsunami.
It's clear that some sharks have been chewing on ocean trash floating around Maui, but it seems there's little evidence to suggest that the amount of debris increased significantly as a result of the tsunami. Therefore, it's doubtful that this event drew more sharks to the area. While the tsunami theory doesn't seem to hold up, what it does indicate is that tiger sharks are opportunistic feeders, willing to go after any kind of prey. As scientists and local officials struggle to find out why sharks are targeting humans, time is running out. By the fall of 2013, the surge in attacks in Maui is showing no signs of slowing down, and fear has reached a fever pitch. In an attempt to quell the escalating crisis, the Department of Land and Natural Resources turns to shark researcher Dr. Kim Holland.
This was the biggest increase in attacks on Maui on record. It was important to see if we could get to the bottom of why this was happening.
Holland's first task is to analyze the movement of tiger sharks inhabiting Maui's waters.
We wanted to go to Maui and tag sharks in Maui to look at specific movement patterns to see if they were any different than what we already thought we knew about the rest of the islands.
In doing so, Holland and his team hope to uncover a hidden detail that can unlock the secrets of the epidemic. To observe these patterns, they first need to tag the sharks.
We need a way of knowing where our animals are when we can't see them, and that's what these electronic tags allow us to do.
Once Holland's team catches a shark, they prepare to tag it by exploiting a strange phenomenon called tonic immobility. For reasons not fully known, when placed in a prone position or touched in a sensitive spot, a shark will essentially become temporarily hypnotized. This allows researchers to implant the tracking device without harming the shark or being bitten. The data from the tags is then collected and transferred to a computer system which maps the movement of the sharks throughout Hawaii.
So every time this shark comes to the surface and it gets picked up by the satellite, that hit will be shown, and you can follow the movements on our website.
Holland's data shows that the area around Maui is prime territory for tiger sharks.
Now this shows all of our sharks that have been coming up on Maui over the last year. There's a preferred habitat which most tiger sharks have, and that's basically from very shallow water out to about 600 feet. So this area, this is where a lot of our sharks spend a lot of their time. That's that sweet spot.
The map shows that tiger sharks are congregating in close proximity to the beaches where many of the attacks took place. And there's one geographical feature in that area that's especially attractive to the sharks. A notorious island that's been uninhabited by man for nearly 30 years. It's wild and dangerous. An unprecedented number of shark attacks are devastating the tourist hotspot of Maui. Shark investigators are desperately trying to uncover the cause. An answer may lie in the uninhabited nearby island of Kahulawe, where recent tagging data shows a concentration of tiger sharks. Cheryl King has been studying this forgotten island for over a decade.
Look, you can see Kahulawe right there. In the sunlight, gorgeous.
At just 11 miles long and 6 miles wide, it's the smallest island in the Hawaiian chain, but it's also one of the most controversial.
This island is a very intense and important place for many people. When Pearl Harbor happened, the island was seized to be used for military practices. It was a very intense time period.
From 1941 to 1990, Kahulawe was a test firing range for the military. Though the island was eventually given back to Hawaii in 1993, it is still deemed too dangerous for human habitation. For the past 30 years, it has loomed just off the coast, undisturbed and wild.
So right now we are exactly on the border of the Kahulawe Island Reserve. The reserve boundary extends 2 nautical miles out from the island, all around it.
Very few humans are allowed to cross the boundary into the island reserve. Because of this, a diverse marine ecosystem has flourished. In such an environment, apex predators thrive.
We have seen lots of sharks in this area because you have the things that they eat. Sharks migrate back and forth between Kahulawe and Maui. It's like a shark superhighway.
Kim Holland's shark tagging and Cheryl King's research shows us that a combination of an optimum water depth and the rich marine life of Kahulawe has provided tiger sharks with the perfect environment in which to thrive. But this is only part of the mystery. These conditions have been present in Maui for decades. Something has changed. Something is causing these sharks to attack humans. Researchers are desperately searching for the missing piece of the puzzle. The one thing everyone has missed.
We got here with daybreak, and as a matter of fact, it was just getting light when we entered the water.
Hawaiian resident Lloyd Meeks was at Makena State Beach to go kayak fishing with his friend, 57-year-old Patrick Briney.
Pat and I were very good friends. He was a very, very friendly person. I learned a lot from him, fishing-wise. Coming back here now feels a little weird, because for a long time afterwards, I would wake up in the middle of the night and feel it happening. I've finally kind of gotten over that to the point where it doesn't bother me as much, but as you can see, So very upsetting. We set the kayak down here, and then we gathered up the rest of the gear. We went out, we aimed basically for that point out there, and we went about a mile and a half off that point where we started fishing.
Lloyd and Patrick fish in separate areas.
Pat was very happy with what he was doing. He was very happy to be getting out fishing. His feet were dangling. We'd been out for probably an hour and a half when it happened. First thing I heard was a shout of some sort. I don't have any idea what he said. My first presumption was that he had caught another bait fish, and I headed back toward him.
But as Lloyd Meeks approaches the kayak of his friend Patrick Briney, he realizes something is very wrong.
I saw his face. His face was like gray. The bottom of the kayak was filled with blood. And the calf and the foot were missing right side. I've never seen anything like that before.
Lloyd desperately attempts to stop the bleeding.
First thing I did when I got there, because of the fact that there was so much blood around, I wrapped the tourniquet around his leg.
He manages to flag down a passing charter boat that happens to have a doctor on board.
They took Patrick, but nothing could be done. No indication whatsoever that there was any possible life.
Patrick Briney is pronounced dead at the scene.
If I'd had a few more minutes when he got there while he was still surviving, all I could have said was, hang in there, hang in there. I'm doing what I can. I'm doing everything I can.
Patrick's death in December brings the number of attacks up to 16 in the past 2 years, more than 4 times the normal amount. Tiger sharks have been seen congregating at the nearby island of Kahulawe, only miles from where Patrick was fishing. But what researchers don't know is why these sharks are attacking humans. Terry Lilly has been studying Hawaiian marine life for 15 years and knows the local waters well. He believes that the cause of the spike has been hiding in plain sight all along. And a detail from Patrick Briney's attack holds the answer.
In the last few years, it's really been well documented that the kayak fishing and spearfishing industry has increased dramatically. Just go down to any one of the lifeguards in Maui right now and ask them how many people do they see out kayak fishing and spearfishing every day versus 3 to 4 years ago. And I expect it's going to just be becoming more and more and more popular all the time.
As predicted with the molasses spill on Oahu, sharks will always go for the easiest meal.
It's really simple. These sharks now are seeing these wounded fish right in front of them that the spear fishermen and the kayak fishermen are getting. If they have to chase down their food and expend a lot of energy to hunt, or there's just a free fish laying there, which one are they going to take?
And with this rise in recreational fishing, the behavior of sharks in the area seems to be changing in new and terrifying ways.
I do a lot of videography underwater, and the sharks will actually come right in and steal a fish right off your spear. They not only show up and steal my food, when I spearfish in the same area over and over, they're there waiting for me.
In fact, studies in Germany have shown that not only can sharks solve complex problems in their pursuit of food, they can remember that solution for almost an entire year.
Now, if you were in the middle of the park eating a hamburger every day, and every time you cooked a hamburger, you gave one to the local dogs. Well, then, if you did that for a month, believe me, when you went in there to eat your hamburger, you'd have 30 dogs sitting there waiting for you. Well, the sharks are the same way.
And thanks to the introduction of cheap waterproof cameras, the evidence has been caught on film. The sharks may have actually been conditioned to associate people with their prey. Both Shane Mills and Patrick Briney were fishing when attacked. The German tourist and Yvonne Cashman were in areas where kayak and spearfishing had increased dramatically. And it's not just Hawaii. Kayak and spearfishing are also on the rise in vacation hotspots like Florida, North Carolina, and California.
See that tiger shark right there?
But since the problem is man-made, we may only have ourselves to blame.
The sharks were here millions of years before we were here. They eat wounded fish, wounded turtles. That's what they do. They're supposed to. I want them to do that. That's what keeps our ocean clean and what keeps our reefs healthy. If I happen to get in the way and I'm the one out spearfishing, so be it.
I think that some people perhaps don't realize that they're going into a wilderness when they walk into the water and go for a swim. You know, in modern times, we don't live in a wild world anymore. We've tamed our world. But the ocean is still a wild place with top predators right there.
And though more research needs to be done to understand these incredible animals, one thing is certain. The sharks of Maui aren't going anywhere. In 2005, something in the Gulf of Mexico changed. Ten shark attacks in 1 year.
From her knee to her thigh, everything was gone.
A community faces ruin.
We make our livelihood from the tourist industry.
The cause is a mystery.
We're no longer at the top of the food chain.
But the answer might be bigger than anyone ever imagined.
It can affect every coastline in the United States.
South Walton County is friendly, white sand, clean water. It's a tourist town. Sometimes the tourists almost outnumber the locals.
South Walton is a beachside community nestled along a 26-mile stretch of coastline in northwest Florida. 64-year-old ex-Army officer Tim Dicus has lived in the area for more than 20 years.
Oh, I've always liked the ocean. My passion is surfing. Work is for people who don't surf. I like being out there by myself. It gives me time to think, you know, a little introspection, I guess. was about 11:15. The weather was nice and warm. Waves are about this size. I was about 100 yards out. Within minutes, I saw a 7 to 8 foot bull shark pass within 20 feet of me. I think there's a lot more sharks in the water that summer than I've seen before. Some girls paddled out past me. And I yelled at them that they shouldn't go out past me because of the sharks, but I'm not sure they heard me, they just kept going. If I was straight out here, they would have been out there past that outer sandbar. First thing I heard was the girl screaming. It was a loud, panicked scream, not like pain, more like alarm and fright. And when I looked out too, I saw the blood. And that's when I knew things had gone bad.
Tim races to the girl's aid. But as he reaches the scene, he realizes the shark is still attacking her.
She was kind of bobbing like a fishing bobber as the shark tore sections out of her, I guess. The only thing I had to worry about right then was getting her to the beach and getting her away from the shark.
Tim wrestles the girl from the predator's jaws and paddles her to shore.
Somebody get some help! Call 911!
There, he realizes the extent of the damage.
From her knee to her thigh, everything was gone. There was just bone. No muscle, no skin, no tendons. Need some help. It was just nothing. She was unconscious, kind of a grayish white, kind of shocked look. Her eyes were open, but there was no response.
Here they come. Here they come. All right.
Paramedics arrive within minutes, but the victim dies from her injuries. She was a 14-year-old from Louisiana who'd been vacationing with family friends. Authorities confirm she was killed by an 8-foot bull shark.
But I still wonder what more I could have done. I should have paddled out there and made sure they heard me. And I didn't. And this is what it cost me. And her.
The fatal attack is the first in the county for more than a century. But what the teenager didn't know when she entered the water is that she was about to become part of a wider epidemic sweeping the Gulf of Mexico. On average, the region sees just 2 attacks per year. However, since April 2005, the number of incidents has exploded. In fact, she is the 5th victim. Jill Davis runs a convenience store in the town of Cape San Blas.
You know, we're a very close community, and we make our livelihood from the tourist industry. To have people thinking maybe they don't want to come to Cape San Blas because of shark attacks really is not good for business. So we wanted to find out what was going on that would cause the sharks to start coming after people. It's odd. The sharks don't normally come after people.
But Jill hopes that an aspect of this latest incident could provide a simple explanation for the attacks. The victim was swimming just beyond a sandbar.
They would have been out there past that outer sandbar.
They say that sharks patrol the sandbars, and we have a lot of sandbars out here.
So could this common feature of the ocean floor help explain the attacks? Shark researcher Dean Grubbs explores the theory.
The sandbars are formed basically by waves transporting sand offshore from the beach. You have currents that are pushing along the shore, and the result of those two opposing forces ends up depositing a sandbar that's offshore.
These shifting sands often create a drop-off into deep water. This steep ledge is a vital part of the ecosystem.
So with those currents flushing along a sandbar, they concentrate things like small fish. If you have small fish, you're going to have bigger fish. And so you're going to have sharks. Right along those ledges of the sandbar is where you often see sharks patrolling back and forth.
These hunting zones can be found on many of America's coasts.
So sandbars are common wherever you have a sandy beach, really. You can usually see the sandbar from the beach. Even on a rough day, you can tell it just by the change in the color of the water. So you have this nice light green water right near the shore because of the reflection of the sand, and then it gets darker. And then if you look beyond that, you'll often see a light green shade again. That's usually that sandbar. So it's likely that the victim may have been swimming right on the other side of that edge where the bull sharks are primarily patrolling.
Experience tells Dean that if there's one shark you don't want to disturb, it's the bull shark.
Bull sharks are really unusual. They're the only shark I've ever dealt with. It seems that they have kind of a personal space issue. Generally, if you're already out there and bull sharks come swimming by, they're never a problem. But if they're out there cruising along the edge of the sandbar and you enter their space, they're gonna essentially defend themselves, and that's when you could have an attack by one. The shark's saying, "Get out of my space."
If the theory is right, it seems the victims may simply have been in the wrong place at the wrong time.
To know that we had some sort of explanation gave us all a bit of relief. So Cape Sandblast didn't see an interruption in tourism, which was a blessing for us. People were really excited about getting back in the water.
I was 16 years old, and all I wanted to do was go to the ocean and the beach. Cape Sandblast was so secluded, and we knew from the get-go that there was not much to do for us in this city other than just fishing in the surf.
In 2005, Craig Hutto was visiting Cape Sandblast with his parents and older brother.
I love the ocean. Not so much, I guess, the location, more so the people that I was with. I probably wouldn't have liked it as much had I been there by myself, but having a brother there, it made it a lot better because he's 9 years older than me, and so I never get to hang out with him. We were just there to enjoy ourselves. The beach was not crowded at all. The water that morning, it was extremely murky. Meaning that you would put your hand in the water and it would disappear after 6 to 7 inches. It would disappear. In that just very short 30-minute period, we probably caught close to 8 to 10 fish. And suddenly, something grabs me on my right leg and immediately takes me underwater. All I was thinking was, Craig, this is a dream. You need to wake up right now. It was basically just biting up and down on my right leg. I mean, I was its dinner for the day, for sure. I was flailing my arms, I was screaming, I was kicking, I was just going crazy.
Craig's brother comes to his aid.
He hit the shark in its snout 3 or 4 times.
Finally, the shark gives in. Craig is hauled onto the beach by his brother and is airlifted to a hospital. There, he undergoes hours of surgery.
The first person I saw when I woke up in the hospital was my mom. She immediately broke down, and so that was the first time that it was told to me that the doctors had to amputate my leg. I feel extremely lucky to be alive. I might have lost a leg, but I'm still here. And that's all that matters.
Experts confirm that, like the fatal attack on the young girl 2 days earlier, the species responsible was a bull shark. The small beachside community of Cape San Blas is stunned.
People were just shocked. Something like that doesn't happen on Cape San Blas. Like, how could that possibly happen? This store is sort of the center of everything. And Craig, I think, had been in our bait and tackle shop just that morning, getting, some bait for fishing. It was scary for the whole community. You kind of get a sense of the movie Jaws,
Over the following 3 weeks, 2 more attacks occur on the Gulf Coast, bringing the total to 8.
It was definitely strange. The average number of attacks for the Gulf of Mexico is 2, so that's 3 times as many as the normal year.
Some have speculated that the attacks are simply due to the victims straying into deep waters, just beyond the region's many sandbars, an area where sharks often feed. Yet Craig's attack occurred in the shallows. It seems the explanation may not be that straightforward. In fact, when the details of the other attacks are analyzed, it appears they occurred at a variety of different water depths and distances from shore. Although sandbars can be dangerous, they don't explain the spike.
The media was immediately here, taking pictures. It was on the local news. It made national news. So there needed to be some sort of explanation.
A clue might lie in the species responsible for the attacks on Craig and the 14-year-old girl, the bull shark. Hunting in the shallows of many of America's coastlines, these massive animals grow up to 13 feet in length. With a maximum weight of half a ton, they are also one of the most aggressive sharks in the ocean.
If you approach a bull shark, for example, swimming, they'll often go into a threat display. So the threat display of a bull shark, they lower their pectoral fins, they arch their back, and then they essentially swim in a very exaggerated swimming motion back and forth like that. And it's a threat that basically says back off or else. So if we're swimming in the water and we're sitting there hanging out with the friends, in the surf zone, you're not going to see that threat display if it happens.
And one area where bull sharks won't tolerate any threat is where they give birth.
What's interesting is that for the majority of attacks between April and June, which corresponds with the time of year that bull sharks are pupping.
The breeding habits of these lethal predators could be a clue to explaining the surge in attacks. Bull sharks prefer to give birth in areas with both plenty of food for their offspring to eat and fewer predators, such as larger sharks, that could eat those young. The Gulf Coast is dotted with estuaries and inlets that provide this kind of safe haven due to the mix of fresh water from rivers and salt water from the ocean.
In an estuary where the balance of salts is a little bit lower, many larger sharks can't take that lower salinity, and so they don't enter those estuaries.
Bull sharks, however, are different.
Bull shark is unusual in that they can actually go into fresher waters than most sharks can go into.
A process called osmoregulation gives them a unique ability to tolerate even fresh water. In fact, bull sharks have been spotted over 1,000 miles up the Mississippi River.
So since the larger sharks are largely excluded from these estuaries, juvenile bull sharks are getting protection from potential predation by bigger sharks.
It's possible that pregnant bull sharks, migrating along the coast to estuaries to give birth, could be behind the recent spate of attacks. The pupping season starts to die down in June. If the theory is correct, this should mean an end to the vicious encounters.
We thought we had a better sense of what was going on. We all justified the attacks because we wanted it all to be over.
But something is about to happen that will not only blow the pupping theory out of the water, but take the investigation in a new and terrifying direction. One that affects not only the Gulf of Mexico, but every coastline in America.
I grew up about 30 minutes away from here. It's a great little place to go and enjoy the day.
22-year-old college student Julian Elizondo hasn't been back to Crystal Beach for a decade.
My buddy's parents had rented a beach house down here in Crystal Beach. It was around 8 or 9 o'clock, and we decided that we'd go in the water. That night, it was a full moon, so everything was lit up pretty well. We're pretty much just horse playing around, jumping around on each other's shoulders, knocking each other down in the water. After 20 minutes, my friend's mom called us to come back in. And we started running towards shore. So I got really scared and realized what was really going on. I was being attacked by a shark. So I freaked out. And I started screaming and flailing my arms. Oh, all I could think about is how do I get it off? The teeth were so sharp. It was like a really bad dream that you couldn't wake up from. But then I grabbed what I think is the nose of the shark and I pulled up. And that's finally when it released me.
Julian is dragged to shore and taken to the hospital.
My Achilles tendon was severed, and my peroneals, the two tendons on the side of my foot, were also severed. The doctors thought I was going to lose my foot.
But after a number of surgeries, Julian makes a full recovery.
It just makes you really appreciate everything and think about how blessed I really am. It could have been so much worse, and it's scary to think about how much worse it really could have been.
Julian's attack is the 9th to occur on the Gulf Coast since the start of 2005. Some have speculated that the surge in attacks is the result of bull sharks swimming through shallow waters on their way to give birth. But the peak pupping season is between April and June. This attack occurred in August. It seems the baby bull shark theory doesn't entirely hold water. In fact, when the data is collated, it appears that it's not just bull sharks that are involved in the attacks. Others include black tips and sand tiger sharks. The problem now seems bigger than anyone imagined. What could cause so many different species to suddenly begin attacking people? The eyewitness testimony from an earlier attack could hold a clue.
I think there's a lot more sharks in the water that summer than I've seen before.
Perhaps there's a very simple explanation behind the spike. If the overall shark population has suddenly increased, then there would be an equally sudden increase in attacks. Dr. Dean Grubbs from Florida State University has studied shark populations in the area for over 25 years.
We do this survey 1 day a month, every month of the year. The purpose is to track shark population levels between years, over long periods of time, but also within a year.
Dr. Grubbs collects his data by implanting sharks with a tracking device. But to do that, he has to catch them.
So this is a gill net that's designed to catch sharks on their gills. And it's about 10 feet deep, the net, and there's 600 total feet of net that we'll set out. So we'll set this net, we leave it for a maximum of 1 hour. Okay, we're good.
The nets soon prove effective.
Whoa, oh, we got a big black drum. We'll try to get him on board before he gets away.
The black drumfish, named for the drumming sound it makes during spawning season, is common in the Gulf of Mexico and makes a hearty meal for sharks.
I'll let him go.
It's not long before Dean catches what he's most interested in.
We have a shark. So we've got a smooth hound. It's a colder water shark. You see how small he is? That's a mature male, so he's an adult. So we're gonna measure it. 62.5 is the total length. So now we're gonna put a little dart tag right under his dorsal fin there. So basically we put it in the muscle and in theory stays with the shark for life. Tag D7094. The dart tag has a tag number, an address, phone number. So if anybody catches this guy again, then they can call us and tell us where they caught it.
This study gives Dean an accurate picture of changes in the region's shark population. What he reveals leaves the theory that the number of sharks has suddenly increased in tatters.
So shark populations don't fluctuate a lot from year to year. They're not capable of it biologically because they reproduce so slowly. The population from one year to the next is pretty much the same. So if you have a spike in shark attacks, it doesn't have anything to do really with the size of the overall shark population.
But if the shark population has remained relatively constant, then why has the number of shark attacks risen so suddenly?
Anytime we see a spike in attacks, it usually has something to do with a change in the environment that could possibly change the behavior of sharks living in that area to make it more likely for them to attack people.
In 2005, there was an event that could have changed the environment in this way.
In 2005, there was something going on in the waters that was different.
2005 was a record-breaking year for the Atlantic, including the Gulf of Mexico.
A force so powerful that it affected not only sharks, but virtually every living thing in the region. In 2005, America's Gulf Coast is besieged by shark attacks. 9 vicious encounters have left 1 dead and 1 maimed. Experts are searching for an explanation. Some wonder whether a clue might lie in an unprecedented natural disaster that struck the region that very year. Hurricane Katrina. The Category 3 storm made landfall on the Gulf Coast on August 29, 2005. Winds up to 140 miles an hour battered the shoreline, breaching levees and destroying communities. Massive flooding displaced hundreds of thousands of people. And this wasn't the only hurricane to strike the region that year.
In 2005, there were a lot of hurricanes. It's a record-breaking year for the Atlantic, including the Gulf of Mexico.
These devastating storms can have a huge impact on ocean life.
So when these hurricanes come through the Gulf of Mexico, they come with a lot of wind, they come with a lot of rain. So with all of that churning of the ocean, you get churning of sediment, and so that makes the water more murky.
Shark expert Dr. Dan Huber believes murky water plays a key role in shark attacks.
Sharks are constantly searching for food, and they use different senses to detect different things. And from a distance, initially, they'll start to use their sense of smell. They pick up on different odors and different chemicals in the water, and that might lead them in the direction of prey. And as they get a bit closer, vision starts to become important, and they'll start zeroing in on the location of the prey.
But in situations where visibility is low, sharks have another sensory system they can rely on.
Murky water is a situation when the shark's eyes aren't as useful, and when it can't see, it detects electricity.
Every living thing produces a small electrical charge. Sharks use their electrosensory system to detect that minute current.
So when something like a fish could be on the bottom of the ocean, and just simply as it's breathing, as it's moving its gills back and forth, that actually gives off enough of an electrical field for sharks to be able to detect it and use that to home in on their prey.
To show how this system works, Dan performs a dissection.
This is a blacktip shark. It was about 3 feet long. We're going to take a look at this electrosensory system by looking at what are called the ampullae of Lorenzini.
The ampullae of Lorenzini are a series of canals that dot the underside of a shark's snout, eyes, and the top of the head.
So I'm cutting through the skin right now. So as we've peeled the skin away from the head, we start to see that there are all of these canals.
Each canal is filled with a jelly-like substance that detects electrical currents and sends a signal to the shark's brain. The shark then interprets these signals to guide it to its prey.
The sensitivity of it is almost beyond comprehension. They can literally detect billionths of a volt. In fact, most humans are bigger than most fish, so we're probably giving off larger electrical signals that are essentially stimulating the shark's electrosensory system to an even greater extent.
In murky water, a shark could mistake a human for prey, resulting in an attack. It seems that the sediment dredged up by 2005's record-breaking hurricane season could be the cause of the epidemic of attacks in the Gulf of Mexico that same year. But not everyone agrees.
I don't think these attacks had anything to do with that because, you know, during the hurricanes for a couple of days, a lot of people didn't go in the water.
If you have the tourists generally staying away from the beaches during that time, during the hurricanes, you're going to have fewer people in the water, fewer interactions with sharks.
Not only that, but the murky water created by hurricanes clears after 1 or 2 days. And when the dates of the attacks are compared to the dates of the storms, almost all occurred more than 2 days afterwards. Churned up sediment from 2005's hurricanes isn't behind the surge. But the theory does indicate that large-scale events might increase the chance of a shark attack. Some speculate that the destruction the hurricanes wreaked on the region played its part in a very different but pivotal way. A plague of shark attacks is sweeping the Gulf of Mexico. 9 encounters in 2005 have left the locals desperate for answers. Tourism is the second largest industry on the Gulf Coast, generating over $100 billion a year.
There was concern out here on the Cape because we earn our livelihood here from the tourists. We had people asking a lot of questions, and we really had no answers because no one knew if it was safe to go back in the water.
Some speculate that a disaster off the coast of New Orleans might hold a clue. In 2004, Hurricane Ivan destroyed one of the Gulf of Mexico's many oil platforms. More than 400 gallons of oil spilled into the ocean. And 10 years later, it is still leaking.
Oil spills can have a very dramatic effect on marine life.
When an oil spill occurs, the ocean's smaller organisms, such as fish and seabirds, get covered in the sticky substance and suffocate. But larger creatures, like sharks, have developed some impressive survival strategies.
Sharks have evolved over the course of the past 400 million years. And one of the beautiful things about instinctual behaviors is that they're able to do things that basically keep them healthy. So when the shark detects the odor of these chemicals from the oil spill, the brain is going to process that information, recognize that it's toxic or dangerous, and then drive the animal to leave that area so it gets away from whatever the toxicity is.
Perhaps this toxic oil spill, far out in the middle of the Gulf, forced the region's sharks into potentially cleaner coastal waters, resulting in the spike in attacks. Huber examines the theory.
The Gulf of Mexico, it's about 600,000 square miles and about 600 quadrillion gallons of water.
Huber has an experiment to illustrate the extent of the oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico.
I'm adding oil to the tank to simulate the effect of this oil spill. And you can see the volume of oil relative to the amount of water that is in the Gulf of Mexico was not a tremendous amount of oil. So my gut feeling is that this oil spill wasn't big enough. I don't think it's very likely that it would have driven shark populations so far out of that area that it would have been a cause for these shark attacks that happened hundreds of miles away.
The oil spill isn't behind the spike in attacks. Experts are baffled. It seems that some other large-scale event, unique to 2005, has caused the region's sharks to attack humans. But what that event is remains elusive. The missing piece of the puzzle might lie in the final attack of the year.
When we got to the beach, it was about 9, 10 o'clock in the morning.
26-year-old John Larson grew up in the area.
The water was really murky, but it was a typical winter in Cape San Blas. We paddled out and we were all having fun, catching waves. It was just the three of us out there. I was just sitting there on my surfboard. My friends were about 20 yards away from me. you don't really think it's gonna happen to you. At first, I thought one of my friends was messing around with me, but I looked down and I could see the shark right there. I could just feel its teeth drag across. There was blood everywhere. I just knew that I needed to get out of the water.
As John reaches the water's edge, friends help him to safety.
You could see the bones on the top of my foot. You can clearly see where he had my whole foot in his mouth and just the teeth kind of dragged all the way down to the toes.
John is rushed to the hospital, where he receives 40 stitches.
The shark attack, it was one of the most terrifying experiences that I've ever had. But it could have been a lot worse.
John's attack is the 10th to occur on the Gulf Coast in 2005. The reason for this surge remains a mystery. But this latest encounter could hold a clue to cracking the case. John reported murky water on the day of his attack. Investigations have shown that this low visibility isn't the result of sediment from 2005's many hurricanes. So what else could have muddied the Gulf's water?
There are a lot of different things that can happen before and after a hurricane comes through. After a hurricane passes, you may often see some big changes, such as a bloom of phytoplankton.
Phytoplankton are a type of algae. Usually they are invisible to the naked eye. But in large numbers, they can cloud the water, reducing the visibility. Dr. Barb Kirkpatrick is the executive director for the Gulf of Mexico Coastal Observing System. She has been studying environmental health in the region for over 35 years. Barb thinks there is something special but potentially devastating about some of the Gulf's algae.
The Gulf of Mexico species, that's called Karenia brevis, is a small microscopic marine organism. Kind of the cool part of this organism is that it's part plant and part animal. So the part plant is that it does photosynthesis like a plant does. The part animal is that it has a tail and it can actively swim up to the surface where they can photosynthesize. And then at night, they let themselves sink back down to the bottom. And they do this every day.
This unique ability means that in the right circumstances, this type of algae can multiply in massive numbers, known as a bloom.
One of the theories that contributes to a bloom of these organisms is actually hurricanes stirring up nutrients that are at the bottom of the ocean and causing food for the organism to bloom.
In 2005, conditions just off Florida's Gulf Coast were ripe for one such bloom.
In 2005, we had a substantial algal bloom. It went all the way from St. Pete in Florida down to Naples. It was the worst outbreak we've seen since the 70s.
Because of the vibrant color it turns the ocean, this ecological phenomenon is known as red tide. Not only that, but Florida wasn't the only state on the Gulf of Mexico to experience an algae bloom. That same year, a second bloom developed in southeastern Louisiana on the border of Texas, affecting over 4,000 square miles. The red tide lasted throughout 2005.
Usually a red tide lasts somewhere around 3-4 months. So to get an extended bloom lasting over a year is quite unusual.
But while these blooms can be beautiful, they also have a devastating effect on ocean life.
The red tide organism creates a very potent neurotoxin, and the neurotoxin is released into the water and goes over the gill slits into the fish and essentially paralyzes the fish, and they quit breathing and they die.
Both blooms caused widespread fish kills. The carcasses frequently washed up on shore, in the very waters humans use for recreation.
The marine life that was affected in 2005 was everything from small fish to larger fish to horseshoe crab, dolphin, and the manatees. I remember seeing a collection of dead fish that was about 10 feet high. It was pretty massive.
A buffet of dead fish in the shallow waters.
All of that dead, decaying material is going to give off a lot of chemicals, and those are the exact types of odors that sharks have evolved to be able to key in on. So they're going to move in the direction of that source. When they get to that source, chances are they're going to find a meal.
It seems likely that these two massive algae blooms could have resulted in 2005's surge in attacks. And most terrifying, the threat of these outbreaks isn't limited to the Gulf of Mexico.
Harmful algal blooms can affect every coastline in the United States.
Folks that swim in the water, they have to understand this is where the sharks live. This is naturally where they live. And we're foreign in that environment, really. We're no longer at the top of the food chain when we're out in the ocean, and people need to be aware of that.
Cape Cod, home to some of the most beautiful beaches in the United States. This stunning stretch of coastline attracts more than 5 million visitors a year. And despite the fact that for decades sharks were rarely seen here, it was the film location for the most terrifying movie of all time, Jaws. But in 2012, fiction becomes reality.
It was like a boom.
4 terrified victims.
All I was focused on was fighting to survive.
It was so close. I was in shock.
The community could face ruin.
This problem is not going to go away.
Until the mystery is solved.
So we don't know what's going on.
No one is safe.
There's something in the water. We're really scared.
Cape Cod is a magical place. You have the great open sweep of the ocean.
Chris Myers has been vacationing on the Cape for more than 40 years.
The movie Jaws came out. We went to the Cape Cod drive-in cinema and watched the movie, and for at least a year or two, I was terrified to go in the water. And by the time I was in my 40s and swimming here with my kids, it was the farthest thing from my mind.
In 2012, he brings his teenage son, JJ.
I was teaching my sons how to body surf, and JJ took to it like you wouldn't believe. He just loved it. The feeling of coming to this beach has changed for sure. There's a feeling of foreboding. So JJ and I were walking together, coming to the beach. We were exhilarated and excited at the thought of getting a chance to body surf, which for both of us is about our favorite thing to do in the world. Well, we were right about this point on the beach, right at the entrance to the beach. And yeah. started to swim. Probably swam about 100 yards. And JJ said to me, "How deep do you think it is?" And I said, "It's pretty deep." And then he said to me, "Dad, what happens if a shark comes along while we're out here?" And I was startled by the question because it was the farthest thing from my mind. And I just said, "Ha ha, we'd be history." And by this point, we were treading water, just getting ready to head in. The first thing I felt was just jaws closing on my legs. Yeah, I felt very, very sharp pain. And it shot through my whole body. It felt like it bounced off the top of my head. And the shark was right between us. I could see that JJ was horrified, but appeared to be okay. It seemed to shift its grip and clamp down hard on my left ankle. I couldn't see anything under the water, but I just began to kick with every bit of force that I could muster. And it was just so immovable. It felt like a cement wall. All I was focused on was fighting to survive. I kicked it 7, 8 times, and then suddenly it let go.
Terrified, Chris and JJ swim for shore.
911, the flight reported. What is your emergency? Shark attack.
I couldn't walk, and it was really the first time that I had looked at my legs, and there's blood pouring out of both my legs. There were some wounds where I could see fat, and the ankle looked like hamburger. I could see the blood coming with the heartbeat.
Within minutes, paramedics are on the scene.
2 tendons were severed in my left ankle, and it took 47 stitches to close the wounds. I feel, in some sense, very unlucky to have been bitten, but very, very lucky that it was me and not JJ, and incredibly lucky that I wasn't killed.
Over the last century, millions upon millions of people have visited these shores. Yet shark sightings are extremely rare and attacks almost unheard of. But all that has changed. Between 2012 and 2015, over 600 sharks were spotted. And Chris Myers is one of 4 victims to have had a terrifying shark encounter. So why are sharks suddenly attacking people in Cape Cod? If an explanation can't be found, this iconic destination could face ruin.
10 years ago, if someone had asked if we'd seen a shark, I'd probably think they were joking. Now it's a real question. It's a big concern. You don't really want to be associated with getting eaten by a shark on vacation. So people had a lot of fear, a lot of doubt. Is it going to affect the tourism industry? Without the visitors and the tourism dollars in the summer, there's no way to sustain the area and the economy.
Things have fundamentally changed here. There have been some clusters of interactions in recent years that we clearly want to look into.
Not only relative to the biology of the animal, but also relative to public safety.
Dr. Greg Skomel has been studying sharks along this coastline for 30 years. He believes the first step in explaining the surge is to identify the species responsible. He starts by examining Chris Myers' wounds.
I first interviewed Chris in the hospital to see what his wounds looked like, but also to get a sense of what species may have been involved. Chris was bitten on both legs. His left leg was covered up in bandages, so I could not examine that leg, unfortunately.
There are several species of sharks around Cape Cod that might cause wounds like this. The first is the mako shark.
The short-fin mako shark grows to about 12 feet long, is at least 1,000 pounds. These sharks can go probably in excess of 30 miles an hour to catch their prey.
Mako sharks have 2 rows of sharp, narrow teeth, evolved to grip and puncture their prey. Could this deadly predator be the culprit? Greg Skomal thinks not.
If you look at his right leg here, there are individual slashes from each tooth. And the width of these slashes give us a sense of how broad these teeth are.
The puncture marks on Chris's leg are too wide to have been caused by a mako shark. But one shark with teeth wide enough to cause these wounds is the tiger shark.
These animals are basically thought to be consumers of anything.
Known as the garbage can of the sea, the tiger shark boasts a set of densely packed, razor-sharp teeth that can slice through everything from sea turtles to car tires. At first glance, the wide slashes on Chris's leg appear to indicate a tiger shark. But on closer inspection, they are spaced too far apart. But there is one infamous candidate that does fit the bill.
We look at the teeth. They're large, triangular, serrated, multiple rows of teeth. When we take all this evidence into account, we then realized it was a white shark.
Commonly known as great white sharks, they are the largest predatory fish in the ocean. Adults can grow to lengths in excess of 20 feet, with massive jaws that can contain as many as 300 teeth. Their favorite prey includes fish, squid, and seals. Greg analyzes bite patterns from the other encounters in the 2012 to 2015 surge and comes to a disturbing conclusion. They all involve the great white shark. For the locals, this news is devastating.
The first thing that came to mind for everybody was Jaws. I think everyone thinks of them as a man-eater. Definitely the apex predator in the ocean.
Great whites migrate along the coast of Cape Cod during the summer. But despite this fact, prior to 2012, shark sightings were extremely rare and attacks almost unheard of.
When we look at shark attacks off the coast of Massachusetts, it's almost non-existent. Just a handful of records dating back to as long as we've been keeping records, which is hundreds of years.
So what has changed? Why are great whites now attacking people? One possibility is that the shark's natural food supply could be running out. Over the last 15 years, there has been a dramatic decline in the local population of codfish and inshore groundfish.
White sharks rely on a number of different prey items, and if those species are gone, white shark has to adapt, and it probably adapts by feeding on other items. Otherwise, it's going to starve.
Is it possible that a shortage of fish could have turned Cape Cod's great white sharks into man-eaters? The theory sounds outlandish, but according to Dr. Dan Huber of the University of Tampa's Shark Lab, something similar has happened before.
In extreme cases, if sharks were to run out of available prey, they may actually turn to attacking humans. This is the type of case that took place in Recife, Brazil.
Recife is a popular tourist destination on the northeastern tip of Brazil. In 1992, the resort town suddenly experienced a terrifying spike in shark attacks, leaving nearly 60 people maimed or killed.
Pollution had more or less killed off all of the available food in that habitat. You've got these large, dangerous animals that don't have their own food supply. This is the type of scenario that led to a dramatic increase in the number of attacks on humans. The waters off of Recife, Brazil are now one of the most dangerous places in the world to go into because of sharks.
Just like Recife, Cape Cod's fish stocks are also dwindling. So are starving sharks now turning to humans for food? An encounter in 2014 suggests this terrifying theory might be true.
I still live with my parents because I love it here. My family has been here their whole life. It's the best place in the world.
In 2014, Cape Cod resident Ida Parker goes kayaking with her best friend, Kristen Orr.
So when I first met Kristen, she wasn't as big into kayaking as I was. But after a while, we ended up becoming best friends. I wanted to go kayaking. It was my idea. So we were out off of that point. We paddled out together. And it was such a beautiful, beautiful day that you have to have pictures of it. So I had reached out to get the camera. In that moment, everything was really still. And then all of a sudden, it was like a boom. I was so scared.
Ida Parker and Kristen Orr are catapulted from their kayaks by a great white shark.
When I finally realized what had just happened, I knew I had seen a shark.
They are 200 feet from shore, and the shark is still in the area. Desperate, they pull a phone from their dry bag.
There's something in the water.
Jim, where is the shark?
I don't know. He bumped me out of my boat.
Okay.
What if he comes back? Can you get the harbor master here? We're really scared.
A rescue team races to the scene. In the meantime, Ida and Kristen are stranded.
My legs were in the water. Like, if I try to swim for it, is that movement going to draw him back to us? My kayak was flipped over. I held on to it and put my legs up as close to the underside of it as I could. It was petrifying. It provokes this anxiety in me that I can't even control. It was, I'm so sorry, and she's saying, it's not your fault.
"30 harrowing minutes later, the harbor master finally arrives.
I collapsed crying on the boat. When they had pulled my kayak up onto the boat, where he had bit was right where I was sitting. If he had bitten into me and there was blood in the water, we might not be standing here today with you.
The incident leaves locals stunned.
The kayak attack was unbelievable. You hear about that in California and South Africa, but you never think about that in Cape Cod.
Ida and Kristen's attack is part of an unprecedented rash of shark encounters in Cape Cod from 2012 to 2015. the area has recently experienced a dramatic decline in fish stocks. Is it possible that this shortage is forcing the sharks that inhabit these waters to turn to humans for food? One aspect of Ida and Kristen's attack seems to support this theory.
When we look at the attack on the kayakers, clearly it was a violent attack. It was an aggressive attack. It was a strike from below with great speed. Such force, it lifts the shark completely out of the water.
Known as breaching, great white sharks use this method of attack to fatally wound their prey in one swift blow. The shark can reach speeds of up to 40 miles per hour before it rockets out of the water. Pound for pound, it's like being hit by a freight train. Great whites don't normally prey on humans, but in Ida and Kristen's case, the shark was clearly hunting, and they were its target. Is it possible the shark attacked the girls because it didn't have any other food? Local fisherman Nick Muto doesn't think so. Although fish stocks here are down, Nick believes the population of another of their food sources has exploded. Seals.
There they are, right there. There's one, there's another one, there's a bunch of them over there. They're everywhere. And look at them. Most of them are obese. They're huge. They're the fattest seals I've ever seen.
Gray seals have a voracious appetite. Collectively, Cape Cod's population consumes over 700,000 pounds of fish every day.
So at any time of year, on any one of these beaches here, you can see hundreds, sometimes thousands of seals hauled out on the beach.
Surveys by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Association suggest there are more than 15,000 seals living in the waters off Cape Cod. And Nick believes the seals are responsible for the decline in fish stocks.
They're eating a lot of the fish that we catch in our nets. We can't fish in certain spots because there's too many seals.
The rise in seal population is a recent phenomenon.
We never saw seals as kids. It was a big deal to see one when we were on the beach.
In 1972, a new law made it illegal to kill seals. By 2012, the seal population had reached record levels, and today, their numbers are still rising. So even though fish stocks are down, sharks still have more than enough to eat.
The white shark has evolved to consume seals because of the thick blubber layer. The sharks want the bacon, you know, that thick belly of the pig itself. Sometimes I call those seals, you know, water pigs.
But if the sharks have a plentiful supply of seals to eat, then the theory that sharks are hungry must be wrong. So why are they attacking humans? Perhaps it's not the sharks that are the problem. Perhaps it's the humans themselves. Since the 1960s, the number of tourists flocking to the Cape has more than doubled. Many of these people come for one thing: recreational fishing. Over the last decade, the sport's popularity in Cape Cod has risen by a staggering 40%. Joe Fitzback runs his own fishing charter. He believes the increase in local sport fishing and the surge in shark attacks may be connected, and he has witnessed it firsthand.
It was a beautiful day. It was no wind, really calm. We were probably about 3/4 of a mile to a mile off the beach. We were taking the smaller boat that day. And we had 2 fish that were off in the bow of the boat, and we had 1 fish that was off in the stern of the boat on lines. And I looked, and I could see just like a fin. And I says, "What the heck is that?" All of a sudden, the line started screaming off. The people were kind of screaming and everything, and then he circled around, he came over there, and he just rammed the boat. He was just tail slapping the back of the boat, joggled us, and he hit at us again. He started reeling the fish, and as I grabbed the leader just to pick up the fish, I could see the great white come right up. I saw his teeth, his eyes, his mouth open. He was grabbing, he was chomping, he was coming up higher and higher. He grabbed the whole of the fish that I had in my hand, and all of a sudden I just pulled it up, and all I had left was the head. It was pretty close, you know, very close. If he would have came up faster or higher, he would have had my hand. You would have been talking to Joe, the one-handed sailor, right about now.
Joe's close encounter is disturbing, but what it may reveal about the spike in shark attacks is even more chilling and could affect not only Cape Cod, but the entire nation. Between 2012 and 2015, a terrifying rise in shark attacks plagues Cape Cod. Some believe the spike is connected to recreational fishing. Across the U.S., this industry is booming. Last year, Americans took 60 million fishing trips. And in Cape Cod, its popularity has risen by a staggering 40%. Dan Huber believes this trend can have a significant effect on shark behavior.
Sharks have been shown to have a surprisingly good ability to learn.
Much like domestic dogs, studies show that sharks can be taught to solve complex problems involving the recognition of shapes.
There's been a lot of evidence in recent years that sharks have come to associate the particular shape of fishing boats with food. Sharks will follow boats because sharks are known to target fish that have been caught by recreational angling.
Over time, sharks learn that whenever they see the shape of a boat, there might be an easy meal nearby. Eventually, a shark will follow a boat even when no food is present.
Sharks have started to learn that boats are associated with food. And that association is a dangerous thing. As sharks come to check out the boats, chances are there could be people getting into the water close by, and that could definitely lead to an increase in the number of human-shark interactions.
Is it possible that recreational fishermen have unwittingly trained Cape Cod sharks to follow boats in the hope of an easy meal? Could this explain Cape Cod's recent spate of shark attacks? An encounter in 2012 suggests this terrifying theory might be true. Teenager Skylar Zultz, her brother Jacob, and their father Walter are regular visitors to Cape Cod.
And we've been coming here once every summer for about 6 years now. So this place has a lot of happy memories for our family. It was a windy, cloudy day. Basically, like today, the waves were rough and aggressive. The whole setting of the day was like dark and eerie. It just gave off a feeling like you felt like something wasn't right. We were on the part of the beach where there was no lifeguards. My dad was kayaking. Well, this was actually my dad's first time kayaking in the ocean. Well, he was probably about 100 yards out. And then this girl, in a really worried, anxious voice, she said, "There's a shark." But then I looked up and the dorsal fin just peeked up above the water. You just saw him trailing behind my father. And it was so close. I was scared and honestly in shock. We were all yelling, trying to get his attention. He couldn't hear us out there. So there's really nothing we could do. I was going to witness my father be attacked and basically killed by a shark. He had no idea for what seemed like forever.
Finally, Walter turns around.
First thing I saw was the fin. So I looked down and I just saw a dark shadow. In my head, I looked up at God and was like, really? This is the way I'm gonna go in front of my kids sitting on the beach?
Walter desperately paddles toward the shore.
I feel extremely lucky that I was able to walk away from that. And I kind of laughed it off with my daughter on the beach, you know, like what's the chance of that happening?
Walter is one of 4 victims in a terrifying spate of shark encounters between 2012 and 2015. More than 600 sharks are spotted near the coast. Normally, there are just 1 or 2 sightings per year. Some believe the area's recreational fishing industry has unwittingly trained sharks to follow boats in the hope of an easy fish meal, luring the sharks into the same waters as humans. Walter Zoltz's experience appears to support this theory. But there is a problem. Shark victim Chris Myers wasn't swimming anywhere near a boat. It seems that recreational fishing can't explain all the attacks. But there is another detail from Walter Zoltz's encounter that can move the investigation forward. Something intrinsic to the waters around Cape Cod.
The waves were rough and aggressive.
When we look at Cape Cod, it's basically a giant sandbar itself. And sand moves very, very, very easily.
Greg Skomel thinks that sand churned up by Cape Cod's rough seas might be a key factor in the recent spate of attacks.
I'll take the camera, put it in the water. You'll get a good sense of just how poor it is in terms of what you really can't see. Typically, we're lucky if we get, anywhere from, 3 to 10, up to 10 feet of visibility, but that would be a lot.
This murky water could make it hard for a shark to distinguish between any object, be it a kayak, a human, or its usual prey, such as a seal. These conditions are present throughout Cape Cod and could apply to every victim in the recent spike in attacks.
How do these sharks find their food? How do you find a seal? These sharks are extremely visual predators. So with all this turbid water, we wonder, how do they go about finding their prey? And we think it's quite a challenge.
Scientific studies show that shark attacks are frequently associated with murky water. So is the recent spate of shark attacks simply the result of the victims swimming or paddling in murky water and the sharks mistaking them for seals? It sounds plausible. But when the statistics are analyzed, something doesn't add up. The continually shifting sandbars here do make the waters murky, but this has been the case for millennia. Yet the shark attacks are a recent phenomenon. So while murky water might be a contributing factor, it can't explain the surge. But the idea that the shark's vision might be impaired does warrant further investigation. Dr. Dan Huber investigates if something else in the waters around Cape Cod might be causing great white sharks to mistake people for prey.
There's this interesting little parasite that specifically attacks the eyes of sharks. It's called Omatocoda elongata.
Despite its comparatively small size, the Omatocoida elongata parasite has a significant impact on shark vision.
So these little parasites actually bite into the surface of the shark's eye and they hang on. They get permanently attached to a specific spot, and it creates this little scar on the eye. And bit by bit, as the parasite moves around, it causes little blind spots, which could actually lead to total blindness.
Dan has a simple demonstration that shows how this works.
When the parasite lives on the eye, it takes little bites out of the surface. And eventually, more and more of those bites are going to accumulate, and as they grow together, it'll eventually block the entire vision of the shark. White sharks are very visual predators, so if they were to have these parasites on their eyes, it definitely could have a major effect on their ability to find their preferred prey.
So, are the great white sharks around Cape Cod infected with a parasite that is making them blind, causing them to attack humans by mistake? Between 2012 and 2015, Cape Cod witnesses a spate of terrifying shark attacks and a dramatic rise in shark sightings. Desperate for answers, scientists struggle to explain the attacks. The evidence suggests that great white sharks are mistaking humans for seals. The question is why? Is it possible that the sharks are infected with a parasite that affects their vision?
White sharks are very visual predators, so if they were to have these parasites on their eyes, it definitely could have a major effect on their ability to find their preferred prey.
However, Dan is skeptical that this is the cause of the shark attacks in Cape Cod.
These parasites have only been identified on the eyes of 3 species of sharks: the gray shark, the sleeper shark, and the mako shark. So even though these parasites can have a big effect on shark vision, they've never been found in white sharks.
Waterborne parasites can't explain the spike in attacks. But perhaps there's something else in the water that can. Dr. Laurel Shader of the Silent Spring Institute investigates environmental issues facing Cape Cod. She has discovered something different about the water here that might make it prime territory for shark attacks.
Cape Cod is a little bit unique in that 85% of residents have a septic system to treat their household wastewater.
Unlike municipal systems, septic systems deposit waste directly into the environment.
Chemicals in our everyday household lives can get into the environment. So for instance, when we take a medication, they can pass through our bodies and end up in the ponds on Cape Cod and the coastal systems as well.
Laurel tests the local water, and what she finds is astonishing.
The water that we tested on Cape Cod contained measurable levels of pharmaceuticals, even antibiotics.
According to Dan Huber, antibiotics can have a devastating effect on a shark's ability to hunt.
Here we have a black-tipped shark, and you can see the lateral line mostly runs down the side of the body.
The lateral line is a system of sensory organs with rows of receptors. This helps sharks to detect pressure changes and movement in their surroundings. Sharks use this unique ability to guide them to their prey with pinpoint accuracy.
Studies have shown that if you put enough antibiotics into a shark, it can actually dull the sensation of the lateral line to the point where it can no longer use the lateral line to find its food.
Could the antibiotics in Cape Cod's waters be damaging the great white shark's lateral lines, leading them to mistake humans for prey? In 2012, Cape Cod transformed from a peaceful tourist destination to a feeding ground for great white sharks. Since then, there have been more than 600 shark sightings and 4 terrified victims of shark encounters. The cause of the spike is a mystery. Some scientists believe that antibiotics in the waters around Cape Cod could affect the shark's ability to hunt, leading to the surge in attacks. But shark expert Dan Huber isn't convinced.
Research has shown that in the waters off of Cape Cod, antibiotics are present in a concentration of about 0.1 parts per billion. But this concentration is way lower than the concentrations known to affect the shark's lateral line. And so in all likelihood, the antibiotics that are in the waters around Cape Cod would not have affected a white shark's lateral line.
The reason behind Cape Cod's sudden spate of shark attacks remains elusive. An abundant natural food supply means the sharks aren't starving. And there appear to be no environmental pressures that might cause sharks to confuse a person with their normal prey. So why are sharks attacking humans? In search of answers, Dr. Greg Skomal tracks the movement of the great white sharks.
Yeah, Wayne, we'll be out on site in about 10 minutes. Last year, we tabulated 68 individual sharks off Cape Cod. This year alone, we've got over 120 sharks. If someone told me 10 years ago that I'd be studying hundreds of sharks off the coast of Cape Cod, I would tell them they're absolutely crazy.
To account for this sudden population explosion, Greg is trying to find out where the sharks are coming from. For the last 6 years, Greg has been tagging sharks and tracking them along the Atlantic coast.
This is the tag that we've been using to put on these white sharks in order to study their movements. It's called an acoustic tag, and the way it works is it emits a very high-frequency ping every minute. And those pings are detected by acoustic receivers that we've set up all along the coastline.
Greg's research shows great whites travel much further than previously thought.
Based on our tagging data, we've got evidence that these white sharks, when they leave Cape Cod, go as far south as Florida into the Gulf of Mexico, and others travel way off into the offshore areas.
But there's one location that the sharks travel to that is of particular interest: the waters around Long Island, New York. According to shark researcher Toby Curtis, this area is the key to understanding why the sharks around Cape Cod are suddenly attacking people.
This past summer, we were successful in catching and tagging a baby white shark off of Long Island. It was the first ever in the Atlantic to be a juvenile shark to have a satellite tag attached.
According to Curtis's research, many of the great whites that inhabit the waters off Cape Cod were born just off Long Island.
They spend the first couple years of their lives in that area feeding on the abundant food. As they grow, they start to transition from eating mainly fish to eating more marine mammals.
Cape Cod is less than 200 miles away from Long Island. For a juvenile white shark, this means that an abundance of seals is just around the corner.
When there's a lot of seals available in one spot, that's the area where the sharks are going to key in on. And that's what's happened here. When the seals came back, the sharks came back because that's their preferred prey.
But unlike mature great whites, the juvenile sharks are not experienced hunters.
Juvenile white sharks have to go through this learning phase where they switch over from being able to identify fish as their prey to being able to identify seals as their prey. So it's certainly possible that they're attacking humans as a case of mistaken identity, thinking that the humans are seals.
With this information, a common link in the Cape Cod attacks emerges.
A 10 to 12-foot white shark is really about a teenager. So all of the recent incidents in Massachusetts have been attributed to juvenile-sized white sharks.
The juvenile sharks here aren't intentionally hunting people or their kayaks. They're simply not sure of what they're attacking and haven't yet learned the difference between a kayak or a swimmer and a seal. By 2012, the number of juvenile sharks here reached a point of critical mass, making attacks on humans statistically inevitable. It's a set of circumstances that some fear can only lead to more attacks.
So you're gambling every time you go in the water.
The question that is on everybody's mind, is this a safe place to swim?
Yet for many, the abundance of sharks in the waters off Cape Cod is not a cause for concern, but a reason to celebrate.
We respect sharks a lot. You know, this is just my backyard. I play here. They live there.
It's fantastic because of the moves that we've taken here to protect those animals. That now we have what is, likely a restoration to a natural ecosystem.
It's really a conservation success story.
The Bahamas, known for its crystal clear waters, incredible coral reefs, and a stunning array of marine wildlife. Every year, 6 million Americans visit this tropical paradise. But by 2010, something had changed.
It all happened so fast, I couldn't believe it.
18 shark attacks in 6 years.
And I thought, this is how I'm gonna die.
I knew that it was bad.
Why have the sharks of the Caribbean become so ferocious?
They might turn to humans for food.
Until the mystery is solved, no one is safe.
Mayday! We have a shark attack!
Every New Year's, we'd come here to the island, and that was kind of our New Year's getaway.
In 2015, Britt Martin was in the Bahamas with his wife, Lacey.
When we first met, we knew that, we'd probably be together forever, and we were pretty much inseparable after the first time we met. The weather's pretty similar today as that day. The temperature and the wind is about the same. It definitely feels weird to be back. Right on the other side of this island is where we were that day where the accident happened. Our boat was actually anchored there. And we were just kind of snorkeling around. I saw a stingray and pointed out to Lacey, and she used her underwater camera to actually dive down and film the stingray feeding on the bottom of the ocean. She swam to the surface, and there was quite a bit of blood. Solid damage. There's just a whole chunk of her back missing. I've never seen anything like that. I was scared.
Britt helps Lacey aboard the boat.
So we were trying to just, stop the bleeding. I was just staring, into her eyes to see how she was, and about that time she did pass out.
Hang in there, help's coming, help's coming.
The thing that goes through your head is, when's the last time I told her I loved her?
Hold it there. Okay, breathe. Mayday, we have a shark attack.
Lacey is medevaced to a hospital in Florida.
They took her into her first surgery right away. The doctors thought there's no way that anybody could survive that. So it was very hard to imagine life without her.
I was incredibly lucky and incredibly blessed to live
When the shark bit me, he bit most of my tattoo off. That bite happened to land just above all of my organs, and that's the reason I'm here.
Every year, around 6 million tourists flock to the Bahamas, most of them from the United States. The waters of this idyllic Caribbean archipelago are some of the most biodiverse on the planet. They are home to more than 550 different kinds of fish, 5 types of sea turtles, and nearly 40 different species of sharks. Although the Bahamas has experienced occasional spikes in shark attacks, historically, attacks on people have been rare. But this time, it's different. Since the 1980s, the average number of attacks has been just over 1 per year. But between 2010 and 2015, that figure doubled. In fact, Lacey is one of 18 victims. This terrifying surge leaves locals baffled.
The first one you hear, okay, well, it happened, and the usual reaction. Then the second one, you're like, hmm? And then the third one, you're going, what? It's unusual to have them bang, 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 one right after the other like that.
So, what is the cause of this devastating rise in shark attacks in the Bahamas? If an answer can't be found, the lives of American tourists could be in danger. Shark expert George Burgess thinks one way to solve the mystery is to look for patterns that could link the attacks. According to Burgess, spikes like these are often attributed to a single species. If that's the case in the Bahamas, then the investigation could be narrowed to factors that affect only that particular type of shark. He begins by analyzing a piece of evidence from the attack on Lacey Webb Martin.
This is the tip of a tooth that was taken from Lacey's lower back. And for us in the scientific world, this is the smoking gun that allows us to identify the species. This tooth from Lacey has serrations on the edges, little steak knife edges. This matches very nicely an upper tooth from a bull shark.
Named for their broad snout and tenacious character, bull sharks are among the most dangerous predators in the ocean. They can weigh up to half a ton, and their jaws can exert almost 500 pounds of force. This fearsome hunter has been involved in shark attacks elsewhere in the Caribbean. So could bull sharks now be terrorizing the Bahamas? Burgess tests the theory by plotting the location of each attack and suspected species on a map.
In this map, you can see there's different color dots. Each one represents a different species.
The data yields a surprising result.
These sort of dark blue are bull sharks. The green ones are Caribbean reef sharks. So this is a blacktip.
The map shows that bull sharks are only responsible for a small proportion of the attacks. In fact, at least 6 different species are involved in the surge. So what could be causing so many different types of sharks to attack people? The locals have their own theory.
Everybody was wondering, did they get a taste for people?
It may sound outlandish, but a detail from Lacey's attack suggests this terrifying theory might be true.
Lacey had multiple bites and huge tissue loss.
Most shark attacks are thought to be the result of mistaken identity. The shark accidentally bites a human, believing it to be its normal prey. But after this first contact, the shark realizes the error and swims away. But Lacey's case is very different.
The shark came from behind, and he took 2 large bites, starting from my shoulder blade, down the right side of my back, through my buttock, and into my thigh.
For Burgess, this leads to a troubling conclusion.
There's no doubt that that shark was attacking her.
as if she was a meal.
When the data is analyzed, it seems that Lacey's incident is far from unique. In many of the cases, the sharks displayed striking levels of aggression in their attacks on humans. But what could be causing the sharks in the Bahamas to behave in this terrifying way? An incident from 2010 could offer an explanation.
We are headed to Garbanzo Beach, and it's one of our favorite spots on the island to surf.
In 2010, Jane Engel and her husband Ron were enjoying a day on the beach with friends.
Waves are 3 to 4 feet, glassy, it's beautiful. It's just a great family beach to come surfing. I was about 150 feet straight out from where I'm pointing. That's where the reef is, and that's where the waves break.
Jane is surfing alone while the others are further along the beach.
They were a little over to the left. I was more straight out from here. I was sitting on my board, waiting for the waves to come in. It was just a strong force. The power of it was incredible. The power of it was incredible.
Jane Engel's leg is caught in the jaws of a shark.
I've never, ever thought I would get bit by a shark. Chomp. Chomp. That was scary. I knew I'd definitely gotten bit seriously.
Jane kicks back hard. Finally, the shark releases her foot. And Jane escapes to shore. There, her husband and friends come to her aid.
It just looked nasty and gory and ugly. I was losing too much blood by then. And then I started feeling the pain.
Jane is rushed to the nearest medical facility, where doctors are able to save her leg.
They stopped counting at about 75 stitches. They were inside and outside. You could have took my leg. Definitely lucky.
Between 2010 and 2015, 18 shark attacks rocked the Bahamas, double the average amount. Many of the attacks are unusually aggressive. The question is why? A detail in Jane Engel's incident could help explain this terrifying surge in attacks. She was bitten by a species that rarely bites humans, the lemon shark. Since records began in the 16th century, there have only been 9 other confirmed unprovoked attacks by lemon sharks anywhere in the world. If scientists can work out what caused this normally placid species to attack a human, it could explain the wider surge. Shark biologist Dr. Sam Gruber is researching a habitat crucial to the lemon shark: the mangroves.
Okay, here we go in the mangroves.
According to his research, these tree-lined channels are important for lemon sharks because they provide a safe, food-rich haven in which to give birth. But the mangroves are also important for the other species of sharks in the Bahamas. Many of the fish they eat also breed here.
Most of the finfish and invertebrates that go out to the reef and live on the reef and cause the reef to be rich, they start out in mangroves.
The maze of roots acts as a protective shield for young fish. Once they are big enough, these fish move out of the mangroves and onto the coral reefs offshore, where they become spectacular viewing for snorkelers, but also an attractive meal for sharks.
So mangrove habitats are crucial for sharks.
But this critical ecosystem is under threat.
The mangroves on the west side have been cleared to build the buildings, the casino, the hotel, condominiums. About 30% have been cleared completely and dredged over.
According to Dr. Gruber, the destruction of the mangroves could have a significant effect on sharks.
If you destroy the mangrove, you destroy the basis of the food chain. You might think logically, if there's habitat destruction, there's going to be less fish and sharks will have less opportunity to feed.
So, could this increased competition for food cause the sharks to become more aggressive? Some believe this alarming scenario may already have happened. In 2012, just 50 miles away in South Florida, pollution is thought to have killed off large areas of seagrass, displacing the fish populations that relied on them. Experts link this environmental disaster to a spike in shark attacks in the region that year. The same thing could now be happening in the Bahamas. But when investigators look at where all the different shark attacks occurred, something doesn't add up. The most severely affected mangroves are in Grand Bahama, Great Guana Key, New Providence, and Bimini Islands. But only about a third of the attacks occurred by these 4 islands.
If one looks at where attacks have occurred, as you can see, it's spread around. They're almost everywhere. Anywhere where humans and sharks can get together, they will occur.
The destruction of the mangroves may affect some sharks, but it can explain the overall surge in attacks, or why so many of the attacks were unusually aggressive. So what else could cause sharks to behave in such a threatening way? A case from 2013 might hold a clue.
There we go.
We just love the water, snorkeling. We just always loved, in particular, boating together.
In July of 2013, Spring Norrie is on vacation with her husband Eric and their 4 children on the Abaco Islands.
At that time, we had been married for 18 years. We really felt like we were in a fairyland. It was so beautiful. It felt like it couldn't be true. We started our day in the boat. The weather that day was similar to this, and the water was flat calm like this. I was on the paddleboard with our daughter. Eric had snorkeled off on his own onto a reef. heard Eric yell. I looked back, then I knew that it was bad. I could just see red. I could just see the water changing all color in front of us. I knew that it was bad.
While on vacation in the Bahamas, Spring Norrie's husband, Eric, is attacked by a shark.
It was terrifying. I got our daughter back to the boat. When I did look back, there was a shark tearing part of the flesh away from his leg. It was awful.
Finally, the shark releases its grip. Eric is lifted onto the boat.
His leg, it was bleeding everywhere and everywhere, just solid bleeding.
Eric is rushed to a hospital in Florida, where doctors perform emergency surgery.
My biggest fear was whether he could make it through.
He ripped 7 by 9 inch chunk out of my calf. I was just looking up and thinking, this is how I'm gonna die. It was a nightmare. This whole area here was just his mouth. I'm just thankful. I'm thankful that I can walk. I'm thankful that I can run. I just feel blessed to have survived.
Eric Norrie is one of 18 shark attack victims in the Bahamas between 2010 and 2015. Several shark species are responsible, and many of the attacks were unusually aggressive. Desperate to explain the surge, researchers focus on a key detail of Eric's attack. He was bitten by a black-tip shark in July, which happens to be their mating season. Local fisherman David Rose believes that going into the water during a shark's mating season could increase the chances of being attacked.
Look, sharks during mating season are likely to be fighting over, I guess, the girl, you know, pretty common in nature. That particular time of the year would indicate to me that it's not safe to go in the water with fish like that.
Dr. Dan Huber of the University of Tampa Shark Lab has been studying sharks for the last 15 years. He analyzes this intriguing theory.
In male sharks, testosterone levels get higher during the mating season, but testosterone is also associated with aggressive behavior. It's therefore possible that if sharks are getting more aggressive during the mating season, that they would be more likely to bite humans.
The sharks involved in the attacks all made at different times, and the attacks themselves took place throughout the year. So is this the key to explaining the spike in attacks? The theory sounds plausible, and it is not without precedent. Some have linked the vicious spate of 18 shark attacks in La Reunion, off the coast of East Africa, to the aggressive behavior of bull sharks during their mating season. But when the data from the attacks in the Bahamas is further analyzed, the dates don't match up. While some sharks did attack people during their mating season, many did not. Lemon sharks typically mate in the spring, but Jane Engel's attack occurred in October. And while bull sharks breed in the summer, 3 of the 5 victims believed to have been attacked by bull sharks were bitten during other times of the year. Higher testosterone levels associated with mating season aren't to blame. Dan Huber thinks that the key to solving the mystery is by looking at other factors.
And if you can rule out certain aspects of the shark's behavior, you're basically left with human behavior to explain why certain shark attacks happen.
So was there a change in human behavior that may have provoked the attacks? The investigation turns once more to 2013.
The Bahamas is just a really, really beautiful area. It's so tropical, and it's just nice to get away sometimes and come to a slower pace of life.
In March of 2013, Kerry Anderson came to the island of Eleuthera for a vacation. He has not been back until now.
That was my first trip to the Bahamas. I came to fly fish with my brother. I was out maybe 1/8 of a mile offshore, and it was a very shallow flat. The water was knee-deep. I had wading boots on. I was on the right-hand side, and my brother was maybe 50 feet to the left of me. The water was very calm, but we hadn't caught anything. There weren't any fish in the water. And I saw the shark. I could see its dorsal fin breaking the water, maybe 200 yards away. And then it started coming straight at me. But he was charging fast, and he came with such force. And it all happened so fast, I couldn't believe it. It all happened so fast, I couldn't believe it.
Kerry Anderson is fly fishing in the Bahamas when a shark suddenly attacks him.
He came with such force, and he knocked me over. My foot was in his mouth. My worst fear was that I might lose my foot. There was a lot of blood in the water. And at that point, I got scared, and I had my fly rod, and I started hitting it on his back. My adrenaline was going. I kept thinking in my back of my head, I said, keep going, Kerry. Keep going, don't stop here, because you need to get back to the shore. My brother was near me, and he came running over.
Kerry's brother helps him back to the beach and takes him to the nearest medical facility. Kerry endures numerous reconstructive surgeries.
It bit me from here, all the way across here. Severed tendons in here and a major nerve. I can still feel the shark bite every second of every day. It'll actually start burning like someone's holding a Bunsen burner under my foot. But I'm walking around, and I'm lucky my brother was there that day with me. So I'm glad it was me instead of him. but if I was by myself, I might not be here today.
Kerry Anderson is just one victim in a mystifying spate of 18 shark attacks in the Bahamas between 2010 and 2015. Like many of the other attacks, the shark that bit Kerry was unusually aggressive. The question is, why? One possibility is that what people are wearing could be contributing to this behavior. In Kerry's case, one such element stands out.
I had wading boots on.
Not only that, but his wading boots were brand new. Could changes in swimwear fashion in the Bahamas be significant?
They go out there dressed in these pretty uniforms with these nice stripes, fins with stripes. They've got wetsuits with stripes. You're sort of turning yourself into a lure, painting a target on your back to say, here I am, come eat me, you know? So if you dress yourself up like a target, naturally there are going to be more and more attacks.
Could fashion trends be turning swimmers into shark bait? Dr. Dan Huber investigates.
I'm going to dissect out the eye of this black-tip shark, and as we open it up, we'll see the different components that makes its eye receptive to different wavelengths of light, different colors of light. As we cut the skin away here and then open it up, and take a look at this vertical slit right here. That's the pupil of the eye. Now, light's going to enter through the pupil, and it's going to move to the back of the eye where it strikes the retina. So now we're shining a flashlight into the pupil of the shark's eye so that any photon of light that enters the eye actually gets absorbed by the retina.
The light stimulates two types of microscopic cells in the retina, cones and rods.
The cones are what are responsible for color vision, and the rods are responsible for being able to see contrast.
Here, cones are colored in green and rods in yellow.
Sharks have many more rods than they have cones, and for that reason, they're very good at seeing contrast.
Contrast plays a key role in a shark's ability to find its prey.
It doesn't necessarily matter what color the object is, as long as the object contrasts well to the background. They'll then estimate whether or not that contrasting object makes for an easy meal. And if it does, regardless of what that item is, they may go in for an attack. There are lots of different things that can create contrast. In some cases, it might be a person's swimsuit or a wetsuit relative to the surroundings. In other cases, it could possibly be something like a tattoo.
When the shark bit me, he bit most of my tattoo off.
Shark experts recommend avoiding clothing combinations that contrast with the surroundings or even the skin. Instead, they suggest wearing clothes that blend in with the environment to camouflage the swimmer. So could the surge in shark attacks simply come down to what people are wearing? It seems like a valid theory, but something doesn't add up. People have been wearing patterned clothing that contrasts against the water for decades. So while wearing clothes that stand out against the environment can trigger a shark to attack, it can't entirely explain why sharks in the Bahamas are attacking humans with such ferocity. But perhaps another change in human activities could hold a clue. Cruise ships.
Our tourism industry has really expanded, and their cruise ship business has become the premier way to go travel, to have a vacation.
The number of tourists arriving to the Bahamas on these large vessels increased from approximately 4 million a year in 2010 to 5 million people in 2015. And some believe that sharks are drawn to the trash that cruise ship operators throw overboard into the open ocean.
Cruise ships did throw garbage in the sea. A ship would be traveling through the Bahamas and use a forklift or a bulldozer to push out its waste.
Some reports estimate that a cruise ship can generate as much as 50 tons of waste every single week. According to Rose, this trash contains something that can attract sharks en masse.
But it would be trash of an organic matter, meat or carcass of a body, bones, stuff like that. Sharks would eat anything dead, and I've seen them do this.
Food scraps in the trash act as a beacon to sharks. As the ships eventually dock in densely populated areas, they could be drawing scavenging sharks closer to the shores where humans swim. So are cruise ships behind the spike in attacks? Dr. Dan Huber investigates the theory.
Most sharks are very opportunistic predators, and what that means is that they'll basically eat anything that's locally abundant or locally available. Sharks follow the ships in order to eat the things that get thrown from the ships. If it follows the cruise ship, it gets a meal.
According to Huber, this activity could also explain why many of the sharks in this spate of attacks appear to be unusually aggressive.
And finding that food puts them into a heightened state where they could potentially be looking for more food. And if there happen to be people in the area, that's the type of thing that could lead to attacks.
In fact, this phenomenon may have a precedent. In 2010, the Egyptian resort of Sharm el-Sheikh experienced 5 vicious shark attacks in a single week. At the time, the Egyptian government claimed that dead sheep dumped from cargo liners were luring sharks toward the shoreline. It seems that garbage tossed into the open ocean from cruise ships in the Bahamas could well be the cause of the recent spike in attacks. But there's a problem with the theory. In 2011, restrictions were put in place to prevent cruise ships from dumping food waste within 3 miles of the shoreline.
Today, cruise ships are not allowed to throw trash over. Because of the regulations, there'd be no reason why a shark would follow a cruise ship.
Garbage from cruise ships is not to blame for the surge in attacks. But one aspect of the theory could be crucial to the investigation: the idea that sharks are attracted by the prospect of an easy meal. Might there be another activity in the Bahamas luring sharks with the promise of food? Local restaurant manager Clyde Bullard is one of countless businessmen that entertain tourists by feeding the sharks. In fact, this practice boosts his own business.
It's a daily attraction that we do for our guests. We will come and we'll ring the bell, letting everybody know that it's time to feed the sharks. It's immediate. They come in and they grab their meal. I got about 5 or 6 bull sharks out. A lemon shark just showed up. So now we got bulls and lemons out there. They hear the noise and they come running.
Clyde's restaurant lies just a stone's throw from beaches frequented by tourists. And he's not alone. The practice of feeding sharks for fun occurs all over the Bahamas. The consequences of activities like this could affect not just the Bahamas, but even coastlines in America. Between 2010 and 2015, sharks terrorized the Paradise Islands of the Bahamas. 18 attacks, double the normal amount. Some incidents are so ferocious that many question what might be causing sharks here to be so unusually aggressive. Scientists have investigated numerous theories that could help to explain the reason for the surge in attacks, ranging from habitat loss to mating patterns, even changes in swimsuit fashion. But now they hone in on something particularly prevalent in the Bahamas: the practice of feeding sharks. This tourist activity occurs across the country at restaurants.
I got about 5 or 6 bull sharks out.
Piers, off boats, and even underwater. In fact, the Bahamas is considered the shark diving capital of the world. Shark diving allows scuba divers the opportunity to swim alongside sharks. Tour operators lure the sharks to these groups with bait.
Sharks detect blood, They follow that odor trail up to the source, and then they get a meal. So they've been evolving for hundreds of millions of years to follow that exact type of signal.
And at the popular shark diving site of Triangle Rock, Dr. Sam Gruber demonstrates how the feeding of sharks could pose a problem for public safety.
So I'm going to rev the engine and attract these sharks. Are you ready? Whoa! Look at all these sharks. Look at all these sharks here. We just revved the engine. There's no food. And you might notice the sharks swimming all around us.
But why would these sharks be drawn to the boat before any food has even been put into the water?
This is called conditioning. These sharks, they hear the boat, they know what's going to happen. Here they are, waiting for a handout. Whoa!
Whether it's a boat engine, a bell, or divers in the water, stimuli like these condition sharks to associate humans with easy meals.
It's essentially a major way of learning. The normal stimulus that would change the shark's behavior is the food that's being offered. But over some period of time, the revving of those engines, even in the absence of the food, should still elicit a response by the sharks. When the boat captains get to the site and they rev the engines, the sharks show up.
By luring these sharks with food and drawing them closer and closer to humans, scientists believe these predators have started to literally bite the hands that feed them. It appears that the practice of humans feeding sharks is the key piece of the puzzle in the spike in attacks across the Bahamas. But shark feeding is not new. So why the rise in attacks now?
The state of Florida, more than 10 years ago now, made it illegal to feed any wildlife in the sea. And so those shark diving operators had to take their activities to the Bahamas.
With more and more tourists getting into the waters here every year, the likelihood of shark attacks only increases. And in a country where shark diving alone brings in $80 million annually, it's a troubling revelation.
So that's why we're real concerned about the feeding of sharks.
While feeding, chumming, and baiting sharks are forbidden in many American states, these activities still take place in the waters off California, Texas, New York, and Maine. But for now, shark feeding puts the Bahamas in a catch-22.
It's extremely dependent on tourism. If we don't have tourists, then nothing is happening.
The Florida government decided to ban that because they thought it was dangerous. I think we should pay attention to what their research says.
I'm not a big fan of shark feeding. The real concern is the alteration of the normal behaviors of the sharks, which gets them a little too familiar with us. And sometimes the end result is a bite.
And for many, such concerns are born out of deep admiration for these awe-inspiring predators.
The Bahamas is a shark sanctuary. For the rest of your life and your kids' lives, there will be sharks because of the Bahamas. This is paradise.
The Carolina coast. Almost 500 miles of pristine beaches make this stunning shore one of America's most popular vacation destinations. But in 2015, it's a bloodbath.
I thought I was going to die from blood loss.
16 shark attacks.
I grabbed my son and I said, run, run, run.
A community in crisis.
It was scary.
Until the mystery is solved,
Why is everything happening?
no one is safe.
Hey, there's someone being by a shark!
We're in Ocean Isle Beach, North Carolina right now. It's pretty touristy. There's a lot of beach rental homes. We were on a family vacation last time I was here.
In June 2015, Corey Newsom brings her 4 children, Wes, Chapman, Cooper, and 13-year-old McKenna, to the North Carolina shore.
McKenna was really excited to be out of school. It was the first time that my whole family was going to have a vacation together in a long time. It was definitely warmer than June, so the kids couldn't wait. It was probably about noon. We all came down to the beach, and because the kids like to play in the water. McKenna was out past where the waves are breaking now. And she was about up to her waist. McKenna definitely wanted to see a sea turtle. That would have been exciting. Sea turtles are definitely here on this beach. So we were up in that area. That's where our base was, all our chairs and our bags and our towels. We had just said, we need to get them up and get them in for lunch, and they're getting out kind of far. Let's go ahead and pack up for lunch. Gosh, it wasn't even 5 minutes later. They all start screaming. Shark, shark, shark. And then they started, all of them, frantically running in. There was terror. They had seen something had happened. And then McKenna's board rolled up and it's got huge bite marks out of it. But I couldn't see her. You know that's your kid's board. She's been on that board.
Corey scans the beach, desperately searching for her daughter. Suddenly, McKenna emerges from the water.
When she came out of the water, I could see blood. I mean, it was pretty bad. I could see blood on her foot, and I could see that it was torn up. It looks horrible. You don't even, like, you don't process it.
An ambulance rushes McKenna to the nearest hospital.
This is the most scariest moment of my life. I was thinking that I might not be able to walk because I wouldn't have a foot.
You know, I prayed, thank you, that, you know, she's okay and that it's over. You might think about what you would do if you were in a car accident, you know, but you don't think about what you would do if your kid gets bit by a shark at the ocean. Because I don't think about what could have happened. I try not to think about what could have happened.
Historically, shark attacks in the Carolinas have been rare. And while McKenna Newsom is one of the first people to be attacked in 2015, she isn't the last. Just 3 days later, sharks attacked 2 teenagers in the exact same area, with tragic results. A 16-year-old boy loses his arm.
He suffered bites to his leg, his torso, his hip, and both of his hands.
And a 12-year-old girl has her hand bitten off. So what is the cause of this devastating rise in shark attacks? Tourists and residents alike are desperate for answers.
There was a huge drop in who had come down here. It caused many people to cancel their reservations coming down here to stay. Several businesses were affected.
Scientists are baffled.
2015 was very unusual for shark attacks on the Carolina coast. This is a part of the country where there generally aren't that many shark attacks, and when they do happen, they're usually spread out. And so something different was definitely happening this year.
Determined to uncover the reason for the attacks, investigators examine details from each of the incidents. And they pick up on one aspect from the attack on McKenna Newsom that could offer a clue.
McKenna definitely wanted to see a sea turtle. Sea turtles are definitely here on this beach.
The Carolina coast is a haven for sea turtles, a creature known for its high fat content. This makes them a nutritious meal for the sharks that inhabit the area. Jean Beasley runs a sea turtle hospital in Topsail Island, North Carolina. And she's seen the damage a shark can inflict on a sea turtle firsthand.
This is Wrangler. Wrangler is a loggerhead. She had an encounter with sharks and has a number of serious bites. She had so many injuries that she was in surgery for 2 hours.
Sharks frequently start an attack by biting off turtles' limbs. Once the creature is disabled, the shark will then devour its fat-rich underbelly. The shark that bit McKenna and the sharks that attacked the 2 children all employed this devastating hunting technique. And there's another reason why sea turtles could be a factor in the surge. Compared to the previous year, in 2015, the number of sea turtle nests more than doubled.
From our 69 nests in 2015, I would estimate that we had at least 8,000 little hatchlings that entered the water from Topsail Island. That is one 25-mile section of North Carolina.
In the Carolinas, the peak sea turtle nesting season runs from April through September, right when the surge takes place. Could this dramatic rise in the turtle population be drawing in more sharks, resulting in the spike?
Sharks are one of the higher level apex predators, and sea turtles are on their menu. And we believe that that is what the sharks were following.
The theory seems valid, but when investigators look deeper, they find a problem. This isn't the only time in the Carolinas' recent history when sea turtle populations have spiked. On previous occasions, when the population increased, there was no comparable rise in shark attacks. The cause of the sudden surge in attacks remains a mystery. Despite this uncertainty, local authorities make a fateful decision.
We made a decision early on not to close the beach. We were advising people to be safe, but people come down here to enjoy vacation, so as long as they practice good safety measures, we thought it was safe to be on the beach.
I mean, nobody wants to see anybody else get hurt.
Being on the road a lot for my job, I always look forward to spending time with my kids. Jack was 8 years old at the time. He was just full of energy, just very much someone that wanted to explore. We went to Avon Beach in the Outer Banks. He loved it. He absolutely loved it.
On June 26th, 2015, Patrick Thornton takes his 8-year-old son, Jack, to Hatteras Island, North Carolina.
It was hot that day, but the water was about 4 feet. We were jumping through the waves, and we had our back to the wave as the wave came over us. All of a sudden, boom. I felt like something around my leg. And I'm looking over at my son. His eyes are so wide open, Like, it was so surreal, him looking at me going, and then I felt a huge bite right out of my side. It felt like someone taking a pitchfork and just sticking you. And I started punching the shark. I punched the shark 6 or 7 times. The shark released. I didn't see it. All I could see was red. But the shark was obviously around us. I grabbed my son and I said, run, run, run. I grabbed my son and I said, run, run, run.
Patrick Thornton is swimming with his son when he is attacked by a shark. Desperate, the two race for the shore.
I was gonna protect my son. The adrenaline was definitely pumping. We're almost there, but the shark came up and actually bit me again. I couldn't believe the shark was, still coming after me. And so I beat it off, and I grabbed my son to get the heck out of there.
Patrick and Jack finally make it to the beach. Patrick is airlifted to a hospital, where he undergoes surgery for the multiple wounds on his leg and back.
I'm not grateful the shark bit me, but, if it was between Jack or myself in terms of getting bit, there was nothing that I was gonna let happen to my son. This was the first bite, and the shark, you could see the 2 kind of marks here. So I had a skin graft done, and so that took the longest to heal, by far. I'm still building up strength in my right leg, and this is almost 6 months later. It could have been a lot worse. I'm very lucky. I'm very lucky.
Patrick Thornton is the latest victim in a terrifying surge in shark attacks across the Carolina coast. The cause remains a mystery.
Even one shark attack is a big deal. I mean, because down here, you don't hear that. Actually have people hurt, injured badly. This was terrible.
But that's not all. Over the next few months, 9 more people are attacked, bringing the total to 16 victims. So what's behind this unprecedented number of attacks? A clue could lie in the location of Patrick's encounter.
We went to Avon Beach in the Outer Banks.
The Outer Banks are a set of barrier islands off the Carolina coast that separate the mainland from the Atlantic Ocean. This area is famed for its beautiful beaches and unpredictable weather. But as oceanographer Stephen Negowitz explains, this region has another, less well-known characteristic that could explain the attacks.
Recently, scientists discovered methane seeps.
Methane seeps, or vents, are places where methane gas leaks from under the ocean floor into the waters above.
This methane is underneath the ocean floor, buried in sediment. And as that sediment becomes exposed, the methane escapes, and those little tiny bubbles come up to the surface. Some methane seeps were as close as 50 miles from Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. Overall, they found at least 500 that they never suspected were there before.
And these bubbles of methane have a significant effect on marine life around the vents.
The methane vents create the beginning of a food chain. Bacteria are changing the methane into food that they can use. In turn, they're attracting worms and crabs, which are in turn attracting other fish, and ultimately the predators like sharks. As a result, sharks are actually attracted to these methane vents.
It seems possible that methane vents along the Carolina coast could be drawing sharks closer to the shore, leading to the spike in attacks. But there's a problem with the theory. The shark species behind the 2015 spike are sand tiger sharks, black tips, and bull sharks. However, methane vents typically attract silky sharks, sleeper sharks, and hammerheads. So if methane vents are drawing sharks to the area, they would be of a different species to those responsible for the attacks. In other words, the wrong sharks. If natural features aren't behind the surge, perhaps something man-made is. An attack in South Carolina could hold a vital clue.
Our biggest reason for coming to Charleston? Well, it's full of history. And the coast is beautiful. The weather is great.
In June of 2015, Aileen Weekly drives 2,000 miles from Utah to visit Charleston, South Carolina, with her son, Kyson.
Kyson was just excited to be on the beach. You know, just having a good time.
It's the first time she's returned to this beach.
And we come to the ocean. We're from Utah, so we don't see the ocean very often. The waves seem very similar to the day we were here. Sounds are the same. It's very familiar, actually. I was thinking I wouldn't probably ever come back. There were a lot of people on the beach. I remember looking to the pier and seeing fishing poles out. Kyson was just playing in the water, just having fun. Wasn't very deep water at all. It was really shallow. He was laying down on his stomach and with his feet out behind him. And I watched the wave come up over his head. I saw him struggling in the water. And I could tell from his face that he was in pain. And first thing I hear him say is, "Get out of the water." I could tell from his face that he was in pain.
Aileen Weekly watches in horror as a shark attacks her son, Kyson.
I couldn't believe that it was a shark. Sorry.
Kyson staggers to the shore.
There was blood pooling out of the puncture wounds. It was scary.
Lifeguards arrive on the scene.
The 12-year-old male controlling bleeding currently.
Kyson is taken to the nearest medical facility.
That's the top jaw. That's where I got bit. And then the bottom jaw, I'm super lucky.
The doctor said, your son's a miracle. That shark didn't hit an artery. I'm very grateful that he's okay. It could have been so much worse.
The attack on Kyson Weekly is one of 16 shark attacks that occurred along the Carolina coastlines in 2015. Investigators are desperate to find an explanation before these deadly predators strike again. It's possible that the location of Kyson's attack could help unlock the mystery. He was bitten near a fishing pier.
I remember looking to the pier and seeing fishing poles out.
There are about 40 fishing piers along the Carolina coastline. The oldest one still standing was constructed in 1923. Some locals believe these piers are connected to the attacks. Christian Wolf has been fishing these waters since he was 3 years old.
So right now we're headed to Yopon Pier, which is off of Oak Island, which is kind of in the vicinity of where that we had the shark attacks this summer happen.
According to Wolf, these piers are a magnet for sharks. The wooden structures provide the perfect home for barnacles, mollusks, and other invertebrates. These organisms are an excellent food source for a wide range of fish, which in turn provides a hearty meal for sharks. To demonstrate, Wolf uses an electronic fish finder.
It goes below the boat, that'll pick up the images of what's below us in the area. We'll just kind of ease our way around this pier and see if we can pick up anything.
The colored dots on Wolf's readout represent fish.
Now here's a big group, albacore all around us right now. With all the bait that we're seeing here on the fish finder, I would not be surprised if there was a shark within 50, 60 feet around from us. There's times where there'll be, frenzies of sharks right here on these piers.
Not only that, but according to Dr. Dan Huber from the University of Tampa, it's not just the structure of the pier that draws in sharks, it's also the humans using them.
When humans use piers for fishing, we add something else into this equation. We put bait into the water, which is going to usually be some form of injured animal. And those injured animals are going to be leaking blood into the water.
The presence of blood signals to sharks that food is nearby.
It's something that's going to heighten the shark's senses. It's going to put them basically into hunting mode.
This heightened sense is a problem for nearby swimmers.
Now, where this can be really problematic is where fishing piers are near recreational beaches that other people are just swimming and enjoying their day at. This is something that could definitely facilitate a shark attack. Fishing piers and recreational beaches are really things that shouldn't go together.
So are the 2015 attacks simply the result of the victims swimming near fishing piers? The theory is compelling. But when the data is analyzed, it doesn't add up. When investigators compare the attack locations with the pier locations, they don't match. Though close proximity to a pier can be a factor in a shark attack, it's not the cause of the spike on the Carolina coast in 2015. But fishing piers aren't the only man-made construction in the region. In fact, it's home to some of the biggest, strongest, and most dangerous structures ever built. And their impact on sharks could affect every coastline in America. In 2015, 16 horrific shark attacks rocked the Carolina coast. Scientists are desperately trying to explain this unprecedented spike. And there is one feature of the coastline that could be significant. The region is home to some of the largest military bases in the world. Recently, the U.S. military has been developing specialized operations off the coast of North Carolina. Oceanographer Stephen Negowitz believes these activities may be contributing to the surge in shark attacks.
The purpose was to develop sonar systems that the Navy could use to find and track enemy ships. Sonar sends out waves of sound, and the sound wave gets reflected off what it hits and bounces back. But to find a submarine 200 miles offshore, you need a very powerful sonar.
According to Negowitz, the use of these sonar devices can have a dangerous effect on marine life. In the year 2000, the U.S. Navy conducted sonar research off the coast of the Bahamas with devastating results.
A lot of whales were suddenly beached off the coast. At the same time, the Navy was conducting sonar research in that particular area.
And in 2015, the U.S. Navy conducted numerous military operations off the coast of North Carolina. Stephen Negowitz has a simple demonstration using an air cannon to explain how these activities could have the potential to affect sharks. The sharks are represented by a collection of small floating toys.
And by pulling back on this diaphragm, a puff of air underwater creates a pressure wave similar to a sonar wave. And that'll be how we'll illustrate the effects of sonar on sharks.
The physical force of the U.S. Navy's high-powered sonar tests has a devastating effect on marine life as far as 300 miles away.
Sharks are susceptible to large sounds. They have an inner ear. All of a sudden, boom. It scares the sharks. They're going to go as far away from it as they can get. So it could conceivably force those sharks closer to the beach. Once they're at the beach, it's very possible that sonar will disrupt the sharks enough to lead to an attack.
So could sonar testing be causing sharks to flee toward the beach and attack humans? The theory seems plausible. But by 2015, the U.S. military had tightened restrictions on sonar for these specialized operations, with the goal of minimizing their effect on marine wildlife. Sonar testing can't explain the surge in the shark attacks of 2015. But this does show that environmental changes can affect shark behavior. Could there be something else affecting the Carolina waters? A strange case from August 2015 suggests there might be. "15-year-old Dylan Payton is enjoying a vacation with his sister and parents.
Surfing was a pretty big thing for me. I take every chance I can get. I had waken up early in the mornings to go surf because that's the best time to surf because there's no wind and everything. I was right about here, neck deep, I would say. I had caught probably 10 or 12 waves. The water was really salty and hot. It was somewhere between 80 and 85 degrees. The salt would kind of crust up in my hair and feel like hairspray. And I dove under the water because I had a sunburned face. And it felt good to go under cool water, and it soothed. And then I pushed myself back up, and that's when it happened. Pain shot through my entire body. The shark grasped my leg, and it held me under. I saw nothing but gray and red. The shark grasped my leg and it held me under.
15-year-old Dylan Payton has just been attacked by a shark.
And he was just chomping down, trying to like bite it off. And I pushed myself back up, but the shark shook violently 3 or 4 times. And I swung my hand around and I hit his mouth and he bit my hand.
Another surfer helps Dylan back to shore.
I felt like I was going to die from blood loss. I've never seen that much blood come out of me in my life.
An ambulance rushes Dylan to the nearest hospital. There, he undergoes surgery and receives 76 stitches.
Near-death experiences, they frighten you, but they change you. It just makes people realize how precious life is.
The Carolina coastline is under siege. Dylan Payton is one of 16 shark attack victims in 2015. With the public on the brink of hysteria and the tourism industry in crisis, scientists are desperately searching for the cause of this horrifying spike. But there is an element of Dylan's case which could hold a clue.
The water was extremely salty that day.
According to shark expert Dr. Dan Huber, the saltiness of the water plays a key role in shark behavior.
From a shark's perspective, the saltier the water, the better.
The more salt that water contains, the more readily it conducts electricity. This gives sharks a unique advantage while hunting.
Sharks have a unique sense that most other animals don't have. And they're able to detect electrical fields that are in the water, which come from other fish. It's called their electrosense.
The electrosense is a special sensory system that enables the shark to pick up on electrical frequencies in the water through receptors on its skin.
This is a spiny dogfish, which is one of the most common types of shark in the world. When you look at a shark's head, you can see all of these little pinholes. What look like little freckles are actually all of these electrosensory pores.
Also known as the ampullae of Lorenzini, these sensory pores are filled with a conductive gel that transfers electrical signals from the environment into the shark's nervous system.
Fish generate very, very small electrical fields. These electrosensory pores can detect where the electrical fields are coming from, and sharks are able to use this electrosensory system to detect prey from a greater distance. So the saltier the water, the more conductive the water is, and the easier it is for the shark to detect the electric fields generated by its prey.
For this reason, sharks are attracted to salty water. If the waters along the Carolina coast were unusually salty in 2015, that could have attracted more sharks to the area, increasing the likelihood of attacks. And there is one environmental change in 2015 that could have produced a higher salt content in the water. Drought. Dr. Dan Abel from Coastal Carolina University has been monitoring sharks on this shoreline for the last 15 years. As part of his research, he keeps a close eye on variations in water conditions.
In the summertime of 2015, there was very little rain. It was the end of a prolonged drought. And in a drought, there's less fresh water in the bay, and so it would be a higher salinity condition.
Normally, rain dilutes the salt content of bodies of water. But in drought years, the lack of rain keeps the salt content higher. To see if high salinity is behind the wider spate of attacks, Dr. Abel is analyzing the water. He starts near Morell's Inlet, the site of Dylan's attack.
here is a bottom water sampler. As you can see, it's open. And they're gonna send it to the bottom, and they're gonna send what's called a messenger down. Okay, so are we ready to do this? I'm just gonna drop this. It's about 35 feet deep here.
What he finds is extraordinary.
Let's pull this back in. So we got a sample of water. Which side are you gonna stick it in? Okay. So now we're putting a salinity meter in here that will tell us the temperature and the salinity.
The salinity levels for inlets like these can vary widely, but average around 25 parts per thousand.
The salinity was 34 parts per thousand. And the ocean salinity is about 35, so this is basically full-strength seawater right here.
Water by this inlet is much saltier than usual. Could this have played a role in the spike? Abel analyzes the data further and finds that although the water where Dylan was attacked may have been saltier than normal, water along the coastline where other attacks occurred was not.
But it is true that salinity, the amount of salt dissolved in the water, does affect sharks. The likelihood that that salinity is going to affect the mix of sharks on the nearshore environment here, probably not very high.
And that's because ocean salinity levels are constant. The oceans are so vast that changes in the salt content of estuaries has virtually no effect on the salinity of the ocean itself.
The nearshore environment is going to have this more or less the same mix of ocean salinity is pretty stable.
Although extra salty water by the inlets and estuaries could have contributed to Dylan's incident, it can't explain the surge in attacks. However, there is something that might. The very conditions that created this high salt content. The drought itself. Droughts and hot temperatures often go hand in hand. And it's something those who were attacked were keenly aware of.
It was definitely warmer than June.
It was hot that day.
The water is really hot.
What's behind this stifling heat wave could not only reveal the cause of the spike, but also wreak havoc on every coastline across Earth. In 2015, 16 horrific shark attacks rocked the Carolina coast. Historically, shark attacks here have been rare. Scientists have proposed numerous theories to explain the spike, ranging from an increase in turtle populations to the presence of fishing piers near the attack sites. But a viable explanation remains elusive. However, there is one factor that links many of the attacks.
It was definitely warmer than June.
It was hot that day.
The water is really hot.
In the summer of 2015, a sweltering heat wave struck the Carolina coastline. Over the course of the year, Dr. Abel tracks and tags sharks in the region.
Who's keeping track? Is that 7 or 8? It's 7.
Abel's data shows something unusual. Something that helps to explain why sharks are attacking people.
It was a very sharky summer for us. We set a number of long lines, and we caught roughly double the number of sharks that we typically catch on our long lines.
In fact, in 2015, researchers find more sharks along the Carolina coast than ever previously recorded. But even more telling are the species they find swimming together.
This is a smooth-hound shark. Another sharp nose. But we'd have a whole mix of species, including sandbar sharks. We'd have black tips. We'd have black nose sharks. We'd have Atlantic sharp-nosed sharks, with lemon sharks, hammerhead sharks, scalloped hammerhead sharks, bonnethead sharks. We occasionally get a nurse shark. So we get a variety of species, including a lot of bull sharks.
Typically, All these species move along these shorelines at different times of the year. But according to Dr. Abel, the 2015 heat wave disturbed the normal migration pattern.
So over the summer, the weather conditions, the water temperature is more hospitable for a bigger mix of sharks. Some of the sharks that migrate here come from points further south. And the cues that sharks use for migrations include day length and water temperature. And so as water temperature rose in the tropics, they began their migrations a little bit earlier.
As a result, multiple species of sharks converged along the Carolina coast at the same time. With so many different species of sharks clogging the Carolina coastline, there's one thing they all had to fight for: food.
So anytime there's an increased number of predators in a particular location, there's going to be increased competition for food. Now, what this is going to lead to is sharks exploring other areas to try and find their food. And as they move in towards the coastline, this is something that can definitely put them in more contact with people.
Not only that, the heat wave also drove humans to the shore in large numbers, putting them in the middle of the sharks' feeding frenzy.
It's been called the perfect storm. The water was warm, and that led to an increase in the abundance of sharks during the summer, when there were lots of people in the water.
With global temperatures rising every year, disrupting sharks' migrating patterns, scientists believe an increase in shark attacks could become the new normal.
As the oceans warm, we're going to see different mixes of sharks and inhabitants of the oceans in different locations, and so that may be something to worry about more in the future.
In fact, in 2015, the entire world saw more shark attacks than any other year in history. It's a problem faced by beachgoers everywhere.
I guess I'm kind of scared. I don't really want that to happen again.
Hopefully it doesn't happen next year.
I haven't been back to the ocean since.
But for many, this does not diminish the splendor of these incredible predators.
Sharks are not bad guys. They're just being sharks.
You're looking at greatness when you're looking at a shark. So they're beautiful animals.